everyone, and welcome. I am calling the 427th council meeting to order. So council members, please have your video on during the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed and available through the RCDSO's YouTube channel, enabling members of the public, the profession, and other stakeholders to observe our proceedings today. I'd like to begin with the land acknowledgement. Today, in this virtual space, we wish to acknowledge the land on which our college sits. For thousands of years, it has been the traditional land of the Huron, Wyandot, the Seneca, and most recently, the Mississaugas of the Credit River. But with many of us so far away from the RCDSO building, we invite you to reflect on the traditional lands in your area, which are home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island. We acknowledge and honor the ancestors on those traditional lands we are on today. We stand in solidarity of murdered and missing Indigenous women, girls, transgender, trans-identifying, and two-spirited people. Thank you. We will now move on to the roll call. Dan, if you could please do the honors.
Thank you, Sandy, and good morning, Council. I will call everyone's name in alphabetical order, so just be conscious of unmuting and just announcing if you're here. Starting with Nalan Bargava.
Here.
David Bishop. David Bishop.
Unmute, okay. David.
I see David. He is here. Thank you, David. Amelia Chan.
Here.
Ram Chopra.
Here.
James Colliver.
Here.
Christina Cordera.
Here.
Peter Delane.
Here.
Nancy DeSanto.
Here.
Mark Eckler.
Here.
Ellie Fisher.
Here.
Vivian Hugh.
Here.
Richard Hunter. Richard is absent today. Benjamin Lynn.
Here.
David Mock.
Here.
Joseph Richards.
Present.
Harindu Sandhu.
Present.
Jill Dos Santos.
Here.
Brian Smith.
Here.
Sama Solomon.
Present.
Rod Stableford.
Here.
Mark Trudell.
Good morning. Here.
Sandy Venditti.
Here.
Jack Wasserman.
Here.
Judy Walikovich.
Here.
And Cam Whitmer. Is Cam Whitmer here? I don't see him.
Cam was online. We will reach out to Cam to get him back on.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn it back over to you, Sandy.
Thank you so much, Dan. We'll move on now to the President's remarks. So I wish to extend a warm welcome to Council, members of the public, RCDSO staff, and other stakeholders who are joining us today through this live stream. It's so great to have you with us. Understanding how valuable everyone's time is, I hope you leave here with greater insight as to how the RCDSO regulates in the public interest. Council members, thank you so much for your kind and constructive feedback on our May meeting. You expressed strong support for me continuing to serve as chair, and I am so pleased to act in this capacity. You also requested to hear from members who may not have been as vocal in the past. I agree with that. All of us bring diverse and relevant expertise and perspectives to this decision-making process. So it's important that your opinions are heard and respected. As a reminder, you can also contribute by typing your comment in the chat box, and I will read that aloud. Given the time constraints, I will do my best to allot as much time as possible to decision items. My objective today is to run an effective, informed, and efficient meeting. In order to do this, please speak clearly and concisely when addressing the group, and confine your remarks to the topic at hand. As a council, our role here today is to provide high-level oversight, to make informed decisions in the best interests of the organization and the public. Your participation and engagement are critical. Our job is to ask questions, to respectfully challenge management with relevant and probing questions on the recommendations brought forward for our consideration today. So for example, are we clear on the motion before us and what we are voting on? Do we have all the information we need to make this decision? And lastly, have we considered the impact, unintended consequences, and/or risks of our decision? Before I call the vote, for clarity, I will introduce the motion so everyone understands what they are being asked to vote on. And in closing, education is a big part of council development, and you will see more of this at every council meeting. As members of council, it's important to continuously expand our knowledge base. We make better decisions when we have a greater understanding of how different areas of the college function, but also we should be cognizant of what is happening in the landscape around us. Today, we are fortunate to have Dr. Carlos Quinones, who will speak to us about dental professionalism, and Jillian Slaughter, our new Director of PCRA, Professional Conduct and Regulatory Affairs, who will provide us with her insights and work to date in this area. So we have a very interesting agenda. So on that note, let us get started. So declaration of conflict of interest. Before I ask members of council to declare any conflict of interest, I remind you that conflicts are important to declare because of our public interest mandate and as a standard reflected in the Minister of Health's College Performance Measurement Framework. There are a couple of topics today that relate to college fees, council and committee member per diems, and ICRC prep time. It is council's duty to create policy for the college, including financial, and there is not a conflict of interest in voting for these motions. However, to be completely transparent to the public, a general note will be written in the minutes to acknowledge that professional members of council did participate and vote on the relevant motions. So aside from that, do any members of council have a conflict of interest on any of the topics we will be discussing today? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda is a time-saving mechanism to approve or acknowledge multiple items not requiring discussion with one motion. Council can ask to have a consent agenda item moved back to the regular agenda. However, please use a high threshold when doing so. The consent agenda items are found in appendices A to L in your packages, beginning on page 8. With respect to the minutes, council was asked earlier this week to send any minor errors or typos noted in the minutes to Angie in advance of the meetings. Aside from one small typo, we did not receive any other emails on this matter. I did receive a request to speak to the council evaluation survey results, and I am removing that from the consent agenda and slotting it in right after council development. That will be a nice fit. Are there any other items that council wishes to remove from the consent? Harinder?
Appendix C and Appendix Q.
Can you please tell me the names? The topics.
Appendix C is a specialty examination,
Okay,
and Appendix Q is the ad hoc committee report on controlled acts.
controlled acts is, I don't have controlled acts in the consent agenda.
Controlled acts, I think, is on the normal
Yeah.
agenda.
Right.
Oh,
It's going to be
sorry.
discussed.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
so the
Thank you.
national specialty exam, we can move that into other business. Any other items?
Peter here. I had one question I wanted to ask about item 5.6, which is the annual renewal process.
Okay,
6F.
okay, we will move that one as well to other business. So if there are no other items, I will then ask for the following motion. That the following items be approved and or received for information by council. Minutes of the 426th RCDSO Council meeting of May 2021. Council work plan. Office of the Fairness Commissioner letter dated August 24th, 2021. Privacy white paper. Governance reform update briefing note. The New American Heart Association statement briefing note. Public member reappointments. The Registrar and CEO's report. And the RCDSO strategic plan. May I have a mover on that?
I move.
Okay, Ram, seconder.
No second.
Okay, Joseph. All in favor? I cannot see all your faces, but I'll have Dan help me with this. Okay, all in favor? Yes. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so that is carried. Thank you very much. We will now move on to the registrar's remarks. So Dan, if you would be kind enough to provide some comments to council.
Thank you, Sandy. And again, good morning, council. It's very nice to see everybody. I hope everybody had a great summer, and we're back at it. We still have some terrific weather, and really glad to be speaking with you this morning and providing a lot of information for your consideration, and just to keep you up to date on a lot of things that are going on. I'm not going to read or cover everything in my report, but I'm certainly happy to take questions about any part of it. I want to focus on 4 things. And the first is about staff health and safety. And obviously that is job 1 for us in the college. And as we'll talk about later today with respect to the profession, vaccination and return to work are very intimately connected. And senior management of the college is developing an internal policy on our vaccination expectations. And I can say to you, based on emails just from the last few days, that the landscape around this is literally changing by the day. And we are very closely monitoring what other regulatory bodies are doing and other organizations, and we are getting significant employment law advice. Our internal policy is going to be comprehensive because in protecting staff safety and health, when we return to the building more fully, it's not just occupied by staff. When there's greater return, we will have council and committee members. We will have visitors. We will have those attending hearings like lawyers and witnesses. And of course, we will have vendors and tradespeople. So our policy has to be broader than staff. And we will be focusing on that. And I'll have more to share with the president in a couple of weeks. There's still some work that's being done, but within a couple of weeks, it might be sooner, I will talk more with the president about what that policy is going to look like. Regarding return to the building, we've not set a date for staff, and we are obviously watching the case numbers very carefully and the provincial directives and the restrictions which are changing, and we are certainly keeping on top of that on a regular basis. We have not yet increased capacity, as I did mention in my report. We were sort of at a transition point where we thought we might at the time of writing it. But we have some other, I think, more practical considerations. While we do have some capacity, staff are not trying to get back to the building. There's certainly still concern about riding public transit, and we want to proceed very cautiously in this area. So we are not mandating anyone at this point to come back to the building. We're not in a rush because we think that how we're doing it right now it's been working for the last year and a half. It's not always ideal and it's not always fun, but we have some really strong staff and leadership who are doing everything that we can to make it work. The second area that I want to mention is related to diversity and inclusion, which is a strategic priority of the college. There have been a number of positive steps internally, and I mentioned several of those in my report. There has been fairly significant training of leadership. There has been assessment of leadership and the organization through surveys and focus groups. We have had a full and transparent reporting to all staff by our CCDI partners. That's the Canadian Council on Diversity and Inclusion. And we've had individualized leadership reports. So approximately 25 individuals, including myself, have had our own customized reports based on how we've responded to a variety of surveys and interviews. And we've had coaching from a facilitator, an expert facilitator at CCDI, to work with us to build our own leadership capabilities in this area and our own understanding of how we can contribute to this area. Our staff and leaders have also, over the last month, been developing an action plan. And it's going to cover many things that we do at the college, including hiring practices, safe and effective processes for staff when there are situations or incidents and allegations of discrimination and harassment, including the use of a third party at various stages of that process where it's necessary. We are going to specify performance accountabilities for all leaders, and we're going to have measures and reporting to the public on how we're doing, including to you. So I'm really proud of the work that's happened to date to reach this point. There's been a lot of assessment internally, which has really helped us to understand how we're doing and what we want to do and where we want to go. And it's going to be still a lot of work, but there's a real commitment to confront our vulnerabilities. And there will also be a lot of work in looking at how we perform our regulatory functions. So it's not just about human resource practices. I will have a much more complete report to you at the council meeting in November. And finally, in this area, I want to say that we will be closing the college on September 30th to observe the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. And this day, it provides each of us with an opportunity to recognize and commemorate the tragic history and ongoing legacy of residential schools. There will be resources, as there have always been, that will be available and are available to staff from our partner, CCDI. And as you likely know, observing the National Day was one of the calls to action by the Truth and Reconciliation Committee. So we are honored and privileged to be taking part in this day. The third area that I want to mention is a quick mention of what I would call advancements or disruptions that we're seeing in a variety of ways. And I think that they will require a much more focused and strategic approach. Dentistry, like most sectors today, dentistry is witnessing a variety of changes. Some of them are good and some of them are not so good. And they're changes to the delivery of oral health care. Many of them, I believe, are designed in part to improve patient care and patient experience, but our role is 100% about patient and public safety. And obviously, since my arrival, I've heard a lot of anecdote about changes and disruptions, and I have developed some ways to really try to find more data internally about what is actually happening. In the last couple of months or few months, we've seen numerous examples. You have seen them, I've seen them, our staff have seen them, that include things like partnerships between corporate dentistry and other commercial enterprises, the Dental Corp and Loblaws partnership that we heard about a month or so ago. There are apps that have been developed that are purporting to support preventative care by taking pictures inside patients' mouths. There's direct-to-consumer products and many more. And at the same time, we're beginning to see some internal evidence of patient harm and poor outcomes as a result of some of these changes. So I've provided some comments in my report that you can read, and I receive calls and emails about this quite regularly. And I just want today to signal to council that staff is reviewing this issue, and we want to provide insight to you and options about how we start dealing with this, but starting with a base of principles, standards, and expectations. Two things I want to mention that I know you know, but I want to say them anyways. Not every advancement is wrong, and some are actually good for patients, even though they might challenge the traditional approaches to dentistry and dental practice. And second, these advancements will almost always far outpace our ability to regulate. We are not nimble as regulators, and we have to keep those things in mind. But I think if we keep those comments in mind, I know that we will be able to develop our own regulatory advancements to more readily allow us to make principled, evidence-informed, and risk-based decisions in the interest of patients and the public. My final comment, and I will be very brief, but I want to ask for the slides to be brought up on the screen. I want to give you just a sneak peek of 3 slides, not to go into them in any detail, but we are beginning to create a dashboard that is going to provide relevant information to you, council, to see progress on really important issues. This first slide is to demonstrate some areas that we are focusing on in terms of strategic projects, case files from PCRA, and issues that relate to the backlog. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go over these in any detail, but this is what we want to do more routinely with you to show you how we are progressing on areas of risk or areas that we want to assure our governors that we have recognized and we are working on and we are actually changing. This first slide that I know Jillian will speak to later on this afternoon is looking at open case files for different types of investigations and their risk level. And you can see that there's an upswing in the blue and an upswing in the purple, which is really the different risk levels are both going up in terms of open case files. Next slide, please. And the next slide is really to show you how we're dealing with the backlog. Again, I don't want to focus too much on this data, but I really want to say to council that there are some really great visual ways that we're starting to represent this data for you. This slide just tells you a little bit about files that were opened in different years. And if the line is sloping downward and approaching 0, that makes us really happy because those are older case files that we are closing. They're not, there's not as many that are open. And you can see certainly that the green line, 2021 files, is increasing as you would expect. We want to close some of them, but there's active investigations and reports that are coming to the college all the time. So we can stop those slides. And again, I don't want to focus on the data because you'll have an opportunity to talk to Jillian this afternoon, but I want to just let you know that this is some real, concrete ways that we will be able to represent how the college is progressing. So with that, thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
So thank you so much, Dan. We'll open the floor up if any council members have any questions. And we'll have Andrea assist with the speakers list, please.
Hello.
Oh, Ram, go ahead.
Yeah. Dan, it's a great report you presented, covered a lot of aspect of the programs. Just one area that I feel is important, that is in the area of diversity. I think we have done a wonderful job. One little thing that I feel very important, that the council should have a representative from the Native community, Aboriginal community, either a dentist or a public member. I think you know how to create that in the near future. That's just a suggestion.
Thank you very much, Ram. And if I could just briefly respond, I think what you'll learn this afternoon is we have started by looking at the skill sets that you self-reported on a survey, and you'll hear more of a presentation about that. The next extension to that, which again, lots of thought that needs to go into how to do it, but we want to become better at collecting information from both the profession and also information from our current council that will allow us to really recruit better and look for areas that we are underrepresented on. And so I think your point is very wise and something that as we move forward in thinking about council with both the election and the appointment process and the public member process, are there ways to actually bring different diverse perspectives to this table, including the Indigenous community?
Thank you. That's wonderful.
Okay, we have another question from Jack, and then I see Peter.
Thank you, Sandy, and good morning, everybody, and thank you, Dan, for your presentation. I want to talk about communications for a moment. I read the RCDSO News, the August 24th edition. It was very informative. It was good, but it wasn't the Dispatch, and it wasn't the type of document from the College of Pharmacology or Physicians and Surgeons, but it was a good start. What I saw lacking was reports, or at least input from the registrar and the president. And I find, and we spoke about this at one point, Dan, I find that the members really do not know the leadership of the college as well. Dan, you did an amazing job last year going from society to society virtually. And Sandy, I'm sure you do too, but it's not the same. I'd love to see a town hall type meeting set up by the college that is open to all the members, maybe once or twice a year, you know, an avenue, and it's easy done virtually. I just feel there should be more communication between the college, especially the leadership, and our members.
Thank you very much, Jack. You must be reading my calendar and my emails, because that is a live discussion right now. I am fully aware that the newsletter approach that we started is really just a first start. Kevin Marsh and the communications team and I have been talking as recently as yesterday about both issues that you raised. We want to raise the bar on the newsletter, and there are a lot of ideas that we have been discussing that we hope to introduce some in the next iteration and then further in the fall. And we want to also make it a little bit more engaging and interactive, including what you've suggested in terms of getting to know the president and the registrar and what that needs to look like. We've also been talking about a town hall approach and what that will look like. I think it's really important to stay connected to the profession. I can say, having gone out, as you acknowledged, Jack, and talked to many societies last year, I'm not sure that's a sustainable model. And so we are looking at something that will be along the lines of a webinar where both the president and I will provide some, a significant degree of time and try to make it as engaging as possible with topics that are actually of interest to the group of the profession that's able to join, with polling, with all sorts of things to really tap into what's important and what's on the minds of the profession. So I would say to you, Jack, stay tuned. You'll hear a lot more about this in November and probably even before, as we send out further communications. Thank you very much for that.
Just one follow-up, and I'm encouraged, and I'll stand by my computer waiting. I'm excited. I'd love to see, and the two of you, Dan and Sandy, you're amazing people. You work hard. You're talking to so many groups. Can the council get an itinerary of your past communications encounters? We used to do this at the ODA, and it would just show us and the public how busy you are and how many communications you've done over the period of time. Is that a possibility?
I'm happy to show you how busy we are, and yes, we can provide you with information about the where we've been in the last year. That's
Perfect.
Fairly easy to do.
Yeah,
what I would suggest is maybe we add that as one of the consent agenda items or information items on council to show you what's happened and what's upcoming.
Perfect. Thank you.
And just to add to that, Jack, you hit the nail on the head. This has been our discussion since January, and it's how do you roll this out? So all those elements that you talked about, we have been actively discussing, and it's just a matter of what is the strategy to get that to its full scope. But thank you for that.
Thank you, Sandy.
Peter?
Yeah, the question I had had to do with the college performance measurement tool. and framework, or whatever they're calling it this week. I know the college spent a lot of time working on it. Dan, and you kind of hinted in the slides, what one of the big takeaways was, but can we hear what the big takeaways were from your side, and maybe how we ranked compared to some of the other colleges?
Thanks, Peter. I'll try to be brief. I think that the takeaway is really best reflected in the executive summary that is online. It's available to anyone who wants to read it. And it tried to be fairly objective from our lens in terms of what we do well and what we need to improve on. And the two areas that are top of mind for me, and you have a lot of things on your agenda and a lot of things happening internally that are focusing on those two things, are governance and the backlog and timelines of complaints and investigations. Governance, for obvious reasons, lots of work to do, lots of work happening. You'll hear more about it. Complaints, timelines, and backlogs have experienced some challenges. We recognize that. There's a lot of work going on to reduce it. And in fact, there are some results that are already showing. And you'll hear a bit more about that this afternoon. And ICRC has heard probably some more of that and will as well in September with a larger plenary meeting. Those are my big takeaways. This version of the CPMF was not about comparing colleges to each other. There's no thought at this point by the ministry to put the colleges up from 1 to 26 and assess them. It's really difficult to do that because of the nature of the tool that's used. There's a lot of narrative or qualitative information. It's not just quantitative. But I think as we go further, and probably in year 3 and beyond, we will start to see a little bit more from the ministry, like we've seen from the Fairness Commissioner, where it is looking more like an assessment, and it is looking more like an accountability to show improvement. The next cycle is coming up soon, and we have to show progress. And I'm really optimistic that we've shown a lot of progress in those areas that we identified where we needed to improve. That's my take, and I'll stop there, but I'm, again, always happy to talk about this with you or other members of council.
Thank you, Dan. If there are no other questions, Jamie, just a reminder, if members could please use the chat function because I cannot see it. Andrea and I cannot see all the faces on the screen. So Jamie.
Fair enough. Thank you, Sandy. And thank you very much for your reports. Dan, this is a question for you. And I'm so happy that you brought up this whole notion of disruption and disintermediation. That's a big threat in all businesses and all professions. Where do you see that as a percentage of within your risk analysis? Where do you put that in the spectrum of risk, and how are you able to evaluate the potential growth of that market? Where do you see it as a percentage of dentistry going forward? And I would recommend that we learn about this disruption in the market at every council meeting, because I think it has to be very high on the risk barometer. Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie. And I think that's a much longer conversation, obviously. I don't know. I don't think I could put a percentage on it. I think what I have learned in the last year is, for me, it's gone a little bit beyond anecdote and concerns about changes. And sometimes I'm always wondering, is it a concern that it's a change, or is it actually a real change that's leading to harm or a risk of harm? And I think now that we've started to really collect a bit more data, we can get a better handle on that. But learning as much as I have about this whole area, and we could call up lots of examples. I'm sure many of the dentists on the screen could point to 10 or 15 examples of disruptions or changes. To me, I think it's significant enough that we need to include it as part of our conversations next year as we look at refreshing the strategic plan. Will it become a priority where we are, singularly or really well-focused with resources and really trying to address how we deal and respond to changes? I think it's approaching that level, but that's a conversation that council still needs to have. So I'm not sure that I know we need to move on, but I'm always happy to talk about this. And I think it is something that I will try to at least represent in my reports back to you if it's not a full agenda item on the next council meeting or beyond.
Thank you, Dan. So we will move on to the next item because we have Dr. Carlos Quinones patiently waiting. So we have a presentation from him. He's one of our esteemed colleagues, Dr. Carlos Quinones. Carlos is a dental public health specialist and professor at the Faculty of Dentistry, University of Toronto. Carlos's research centers on the politics and economy of dentistry, with a special focus on health and social equity. He will be speaking to us today about professionalism in dentistry and some of the forces that may undermine or challenge professionalism. It's an interesting topic, and it ties directly into the access to care discussion that we will have later on today. So on that note, welcome, Carlos. We're happy to have you join us.
Thank you, Sandy. And I'm sharing my slides and I'm about to go full screen. And you can see that clearly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, everybody. And thanks for the invitation to come to present with you today. I have about a 20-minute presentation, and I'm gonna not move rapidly, but move at a pace just to make sure we get through everything that I'd like to show you. So I'll begin by declaring no conflicts of interest and outline what I'm going to be speaking to you about today. I want to think through what professionalism is and how it ties to issues of public trust and the social contract, and then think about the pressures, some of which have already been mentioned today, in the dental care market and how that's affecting our profession and ultimately things like clinical decision making and dentistry. So I'm just going to show you some pictures that highlight notions of professionalism. I think this is pretty self-explanatory. Obviously, honesty and truth are related to professionalism. I don't know if any of you recognize this article, but the article itself received a lot of press, actually, and it was a discussion in the Atlantic about a particular dentist and overtreatment. But really, the article questioned the scientific basis of dentistry and whether we do, in fact, have evidence for many of the things that we do. And of course, things like this, we see this in all provinces, but this is what I was picking out at the time. You know, individual behavior of dentists clearly speaks to the professionalism of the profession as a whole and impacts public trust. And as we know, across the country, there's now regulatory changes that relate to issues of public trust and ultimately the social contract, as you will see. In Alberta, another jurisdiction that is undergoing significant change, we're seeing this link to the price of dental care, specifically in relation to access to dental care, which has already been mentioned here, and which I believe is particularly erosive to professionalism and issues of the public trust. And then we see things like this in Ontario. Now, this is the Beaverton. This isn't true, of course, but satire is meant to speak to truth. And I think stuff like this should not be ignored. And the implications are real. So for example, many of you know the provincial government introduced the Ontario Seniors Dental Care Program, and they did so essentially without any or very limited input from the profession. And this, I would argue, is concerning. So, issues around professionalism, public trust, the social contract can potentially marginalize us and not give us the input that I think at least we should have as healthcare professionals into things like health policy and the creation of a large public program. So what is public trust specifically? Well, trust is to believe in someone. It's associated with truth, honesty, competence, and responsibility. And many clinicians and patients know that it's foundational and fundamental to the clinician-patient relationship, but it's also important in the context of institutions and larger dynamics at play in being a regulated healthcare profession. And when you lose trust, it can be disastrous. And public trust essentially is at the pillar or at the base of the social contract, where the health professions are granted special privileges by society because we profess to meet certain obligations like the promotion and protection of the public good and things like high ethical standards. And this table just gives you a sense of the practice of rights and duties. Let me express that again. The practice of rights and duties that define professionalism in the context of the social contract. So here you can see what society can expect from us and what we can expect from the social contract. Now, I understand that you will have copies of these slides, so I don't want to go into too much detail here. But as you can see, these are things that are at play today and have been at play in terms of our status as a regulated health profession for quite some time. So what are the professional pressures that we are experiencing? Well, I'll break them up into these bullets. I believe we have a dentist supply issue that may be leading to uncomfortable competition in the dental care market. We have what I would argue a weakening dental care market in terms of its fundamentals, and I'm going to show you some data around that. Again, the issue of competition, but I'd like to focus a little bit more on commercialism. In dentistry. We have issues around practice and student debt. For anybody who has contact with young people graduating from dentistry, you realize that their debts now are nothing short of astronomical, and that has clear implications for them. Then I'd like to concentrate on two concepts here. Professional role concept, which is really a discussion of whether dentists view themselves as healthcare providers or business people or both, and what the implications are of that. And then the last concept is something called moral community, which is really a discussion about how far do you feel that your moral obligations go? Is it just to you, your family, your patients, your staff, or do they extend to the treatment of publicly insured populations, of low-income children, low-income adults, seniors in long-term care, and so on. And I'd like to recognize here the role of Dr. Bonnie Yu, who is a staff member at the college now, who was a recent graduate of our dental public health program. And it's really from her work that we draw most of the knowledge that we have in this area. So here we see dental licenses and growth in the population in Ontario from 2002 to 2012. Of course, this is now old data, but nonetheless, it shows you that at about 2008 and 2009, the growth in the number of dental licenses being given out in Ontario was outstripping the growth in the population. You'll recognize that as the classic dentist to population ratio. And if we look at where these licenses are coming from, you can see that you see the Canadian universities, and then you see American graduates entering in Canada or coming back to Canada for the most part, and then non-USA or international graduates. And please do not take this as any type of statement on whether we should have internationally trained grads or not. This is just simply descriptive, but I'll return to that. And then here, if we look at whether dental schools, for example, were to increase their enrollments, it really doesn't matter whether we maintain the status quo or whether it's a gradual increase or whether there's an immediate increase in dental class sizes here in Ontario. Ultimately, the dentist to population ratio just decreases over time, potentially having implications for things like competition. And this is where I think, as was discussed earlier, where important information can be gleaned by the college with respect to registrants, because it really gives us a sense of what might be happening in the registrant population. So collection of data, obviously I'm 100% behind it, and this would be a wonderful place to collaborate with the college, and I'll show you other places where I think there's great opportunity to learn. Okay, so now let's move to the dental market proper here. We see the insurance industry now just being very open about concerns about the pricing of dental care, and this appeared in their national magazine or website. But if we quantify this and we look at the consumer price index from 1914 to 2019, you can look at the dental subcomponent in comparison to the all items consumer price index. And you can see that in, I don't want to say in relative terms, but I'll say it in that regard now, from about 1950, when we have the latest available data, all the way to about 2002, dental care was in essence more affordable than all other goods and services. But after that, we've really taken off. And if you've heard about the price of food increasing rapidly and dramatically over the last 5 or so years, dental care prices actually outstrip the growth in the price of food as well. So in real terms, dental care is becoming more expensive. at least from the point of view of all of the goods and services and comparisons historically. And if we look at what insurers have been willing to pay in terms of claims, so this is all among all insured claims in Canada per person insured in group insurance plans from 1969 to 2011 in constant 2011 dollars, you see that about the same time as dental care started getting more expensive, insurers were paying less and less of the dental claim, which ultimately means that people are having to reach deeper and deeper into their pockets. And no surprise, we see a concomitant growth in self-reported cost barriers to dental care. Now, again, these numbers are a bit old and we're about to refresh them with some new data from the Canadian Community Health Survey, but the trend remains the same. Over time, across all low-income groups, we're seeing increases in people saying that dental care is becoming more and more expensive. And if we look at utilization of dental care, this is an age standardized proportion, again, over time, we can see that there's starting to be a flattening of the utilization of dental care. Now, if we were to break this down by age, we know that young children are the most frequent users of dental care every year. And we are seeing appreciable increases in seniors, for example, utilizing dental care. But where we do see a real flattening is in working age adults. So again, this notion, at least to me, that signals there could be a weakening in the fundamentals of the Canadian dental care market. And ultimately, you see this here. This is total dental care expenditure in Canada on a per capita basis or per person basis from 1975 to 2017, again in constant dollars. And you see at the end of the first decade of the new millennium, around 2008, 2009, you see that things are starting to maybe not be as healthy as they had been for the last 30 to 40 years, where we've just seen a significant increase over time in dental care spending. The other thing I want to highlight here is the green line at the bottom, because the total expenditure line is blue and the private expenditure is red and the public expenditure is green. We know that most dental care in Canada, as in Ontario, is privately financed, meaning paid by insurers or paid out of pocket. But governments have been retrenching from their role in funding dental care and essentially stressing the dental safety net, if I could call it that, in Canada. And ultimately, we're seeing marginal decreases in spending in public dollars, which I think is of concern. So let's get to the issue of competition and commercialism. Let's get straight to commercialism. So this is an emphasis on the maximization of profit and practices attitudes that are concerned with profit at the expense of quality, which from the point of view of the social contract and public trust is quite erosive. And you can see this, this is a university that is offering classes or short courses on marketing and the business of dentistry. Again, nothing necessarily wrong with this in and of itself, but in the context of everything that might be going on, I think this is something that merits attention. And this goes all the way to dental education. This is a magazine that can be found in dental schools, telling young students that they're going to be dental entrepreneurs. Now, again, I don't think there's anything wrong inherently with entrepreneurialism, but that always needs to be balanced off against your responsibilities as a healthcare professional. And we see this occurring, the creation of dental spas. And again, this is actually not a statement on something implicitly wrong with this, or even some statement on the nature of advertising. But I really want to give you a sense that, and as you are aware, the dental care market is changing, and you were just already discussing this already. So it's important to know that this is at least giving out a signal that we would pay attention to. And again, this tension between dentistry as a business and then dentistry as healthcare. And just like the Atlantic article, we see industry promoting ideas that at least to current knowledge are not true. I mean, poor oral health does not give you heart attacks. It's associated, it's correlated with worse cardiovascular disease or the presence of cardiovascular disease. But these types of signals, I think, are not truthful and are not and it simply just don't reflect the state of the evidence. And then this to me is the most extreme example of this, this notion of holistic dental care, this idea that mercury somehow is toxic to individuals. We know that's not true, at least not from the point of view of dental amalgams. Yes, mercury pollution is a problem from the point of view of environmental health, but my review of the evidence suggests, and others' review of the evidence suggests that amalgams are not detrimental to human health. You know, things like digital X-rays are saying that that is somehow safer than traditional X-rays, or ozone therapy, where we know that there's no evidence of therapeutic benefit, or the use of biocompatible materials. I mean, I did not realize that dentistry used non-biocompatible materials. So again, I think these are the things that are concerning in the context of us being a healthcare profession. And ultimately, this significant and great tension between dentistry as a business and dentistry as a regulated healthcare profession, or as a caring profession. Here, you know, we see health and happiness and the science of smiles being juxtaposed against two tragedies. Up on the right-hand side, if you don't know this young man, his name is Diamante Driver. He's an American, or was a young American boy who couldn't access dental care because dentists wouldn't see him because they would not take Medicaid or the public insurance plan that was covering him. He ended up being hospitalized and had a brain abscess, and he died of that brain abscess. And ultimately, it is his tragic case, among others, that have driven oral healthcare reforms in the US, which have been quite significant over the last 15 to 20 years. Now in Canada, we have situations like this. This is Mr. Moses Hahn, small business owner, working poor, doesn't have the type of job that would give him employer-sponsored benefits. Again, he's self-employed, but doesn't make the incomes that allow him to readily and reasonably access dental care. And ultimately, he went blind in his eye because of a root canal. And just to really give you a sense of the challenges here, he was repeatedly given antibiotics and painkillers, from what I understand, which, as you know, is not the way to deal with this, and ultimately consumed a lot of healthcare resources when simply, if he would have just had the opportunity to get the root canal, he wouldn't have had this experience, which ultimately, from my perspective, is an unnecessary human tragedy. Many years ago, during my PhD, I did a survey where I asked dentists across Canada, had you ever made a business decision to reduce the amount of public insurance in your office? And a third of dentists said yes. Now, this is likely a self-underreport because dentists don't necessarily want to talk about this per se, but ultimately this was concerning to me. But we don't wake up. Dentists don't wake up every day and try to not treat people. We are, after all, caring individuals, part of a caring profession, but there are pressures on us that just simply cannot be ignored. This is on dentistry undergraduate tuition over time, and you can see that in Ontario, we're way above the Canadian average. So ultimately, as I mentioned earlier, these are the things that shape people's behavior. And a couple of years ago now, or several years ago now, we try to sort of think through what these pressures mean for the clinical decision-making of dentists. And through a variety of clinical vignettes, we were able to quantify the leanings of dentists, whether they were a bit more aggressive or a bit more conservative in their clinical decisions. And you can see here that compared to older dentists, younger dentists are at greater odds of making aggressive clinical decisions. This was surprising to us. Compared to Canadian grads, American dental school grads are about 2.5 times more likely to make aggressive clinical decisions, and internationally trained grads are essentially equivalent to the Canadian grads. If you self-rate your practice loans as large, you are at 1.6 times more likely than people with no loans to be making aggressive clinical decisions. This is just basic human behavior. And ultimately, if you perceive more competitive pressure in the dental care market, you will be reporting, at least in this survey and in this sample of dentists, to be making more aggressive clinical decisions. And if you say that you are a business person as compared to a healthcare professional, you are 1.6 times more likely to be making or to self-report making aggressive clinical decisions. And one of the benefits of this area in research is that there are several validated scales, or a couple of validated scales, that allow us to group dentists as more healthcare oriented or more business oriented. And all this shows you is that those dentists that are more leaning towards the business side of dentistry are clearly at a greater likelihood of making aggressive or self-reporting aggressive clinical decisions. And to the issue of moral community, you know, whether you believe that you have responsibilities beyond just yourself and your patients to the broader society, you can see that those dentists that lean towards viewing themselves as healthcare professionals are at a higher likelihood of having a broader moral community. And I'll flesh this out a little bit more in just a second to give you a sense of what that really means. And ultimately, the rubber hits the road. At one point, this was about 2014, a young student here at the faculty decided to count, as part of a project in an undergraduate course, decided to count the number of financially related findings of misconduct in Ontario. And essentially, very simply, I love these very simple analyses because they can often be elegant, but this is just a very simple linear correlation or a correlation. And he found a linear correlation between the number of dental practices per million population and the number of financially related findings of misconduct in dental practice. So, you know, essentially the number of dental practices was a gross measure of competition, but nonetheless, you know, I think this is something that is sending a signal that we should be thinking through in the context of things like dentist supply and commercialism. So many years ago, or not many years ago, several years ago, around the same time, I had the opportunity to work with the Canadian Dental Association to help them develop their new principles of ethics, or essentially their new code of ethics. And we did a review of codes of ethics internationally in dentistry and in other healthcare fields. And we ultimately turned that into a discussion with dentist leaders, and then ultimately a survey of dentists. And with dentist leaders, they clearly reflected that trust was the most discussed and important issue that we needed to think about as a profession, which of course makes sense. We have obligations to patients and to society. That's very important. And then ultimately, they also recognize that there's this great tension between dentist as healthcare provider and business owner, and that we can't shy away from that. And then when we turned all of that information again into a survey of dentists, we asked dentists things like, do you think ethics are important to the practice of dentistry? 99% of dentists said yes. There's some other ones that were maybe wanting to mess around with us, but clearly dentists recognize that ethics is fundamental to the practice of dentistry. And when we asked them, do you think unethical behavior is a problem in the dental profession? This surprised me. 2/3 of dentists said, yes, it is. And then about another fourth, 23.8% said maybe. And I would argue these are dentists that maybe don't want to go into the yes category, but this surprised me. And this, to me, this is good news because it helps us understand that dentists are not naive and they understand the challenges that face us. And this is my last slide, and I think probably the most important one. We asked dentists what they thought their best defined dentistry's core values and principles. So one of the classic definitions of professionalism is a practice of rights and duties. Let me say that again. A practice of rights and duties. And we asked them, do you think trust is one of our core values and principles? And 94% of dentists had high agreement, saying that trust was one of these values and principles. Truthfulness, around the same, 93.2%. Competence, 84.1%. But we start getting some concerning signals here, because these are normative expectations of dentists. I mean, what we really should see here is all blue. Okay, there are right and wrong answers here. And look at do good. 57.3% of dentists held high agreement with that, while 36.3% were only in moderate agreement with that. That's the classic clinical ethical principle of beneficence. You learned that in dental school, to do good. How about do no harm, 78.4, or non-maleficence? Doing things in the best interest of the patients. How about shared decision-making with as a foundational to informed consent, or the respect for autonomy? Another classic bioethical principle. We're down to 58.4%. But what really concerns me as a public health specialist are things like this. Do you think equitable access to care is a core value and principle of dentistry? 30.3% of dentists had high agreement with that. How about contributing to society? Only 1 in 4 dentists held high agreement with that. So again, I think there's lots of work to do. I'm still of the fundamental belief that dentistry is a caring profession, and that the great majority of dentists wake up every morning trying to do the right things. But ultimately, there are things occurring in the dental care market and in our profession that I believe requires attention. So what is my take-home message? Well, maintaining public trust and ensuring ethical decision-making is critical. Otherwise, we risk dentistry's social contract. Policymakers, patients, and the public recognize and perceive the challenges that are facing us, whether they're experiencing it directly through the high costs of dental care, not being able to access dental care, or believing that dentists are only in it for the money, which we know they are not. Regulators and associations must care about the social contract and about the professional pressures affecting dentists. And then ultimately, it is my belief that to maintain the status quo is to risk our status as a caring profession. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carlos. That was an excellent presentation. I will open the floor up to questions, and please use the chat function if you have a question or comment. We will allot about 10 minutes for this item. Thank you. Ram?
Yeah, I don't have a question. I don't have a question, but I wonder if we can have a copy of these slides. It's a wonderful presentation.
Thank you. Carlos, would that be an issue?
I believe I already shared a copy of the majority of the slides. There's some slides where data was shared with me, so that won't be in there, but I do believe you pretty much have most of them.
Thank you.
And we will provide it to council.
Okay.
I see.
Sandy, I have Osama with a question, please.
Thank you. Osama?
Good morning, everybody. Carlos, that was a great presentation. I have a lot of questions actually after listening to that one, because that was a little bit of an eye-opener. One of the questions I was thinking of was what I've kind of gathered here is, with increased access to care and increased number of dentists, it seems that there's been an increased number of complaints as well.
Let me just quickly answer that. That's not exactly what I was saying. So there's been an increased number of dentists, which I'm proposing is resulting in increasing competition and things like increasing commercialization as people have to compete in a more saturated dental care market, for example. I'm not sure that translates by design into greater access. In fact, I would argue that access to care is a problem. I also don't want to say that complaints have been increasing. You know, in partnership with the college, we did work on public complaints to the college over time, and we are seeing marginal increases in complaints over time. Everything else being held equal, but we don't know whether this is because the complaint process is much more efficient in terms of patients being able to access it, for example, or maybe we're seeing a more litigious, society. Who knows? What one of those slides was showing is that if you actually find how many dentists, or count how many dentists were being held to account because of financially related misconduct, that is correlated with the concentration of dental practices in Ontario. And again, it's, I'm careful wanting to make hard and fast connections between things, but I think it does give us signals that we should pay attention to.
I mean, sorry, just a follow-up question. I think it's the research that you went through a lot, and it actually kind of piqued my interest here, because the way I know in areas like Toronto, for instance, with increased number of dentists, would that be like, what happens is, I guess we want to increase access to care, but most dentists will probably end up, once they get their license, will probably want to, not work in like Northern Ontario. And so how do we kind of get around that without some sort of incentive for dentists to go up north?
No, great question, Osama. So, the issue of incentivizing dentists to work in underserved communities is a very complex one with a lot of sort of ideas and not necessarily a lot of evidence. But I will say that what we do know, and what the evidence does support in places like medicine, is that recruiting people from those areas increases the likelihood that they will go back to those areas. We also know from the US that if you recruit dentists from socially and economically marginalized communities, they are also more likely to go and serve those socially and economically marginalized communities. I'm not saying it's slam dunk in terms of evidence, but those are some of the insights we're seeing. Also, many years ago, dentists were provided incentives to go settle in and work in underserved communities, rural communities, or remote communities. And I find it it was interesting to see that in the one of the party platforms in the federal election, this idea of providing incentives for dentists specifically, and named dentists to go work in underserved communities, rural communities specifically, was there. So, again, this idea that policymakers are starting to sort of pick up on this is there. So I found that quite interesting.
Okay, in the interest of time, I see two other individuals want to speak. David Mock, and then we'll have Nell. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandy. And Carlos, thank you very much. Oh, am I? No, I'm not muted. Carlos, thank you very much for an excellent presentation. But of course, knowing you, I would have expected no less. You answered one of my comments just now. I'm old enough, and I've been involved in organized dentistry and in academic dentistry for long enough to remember when there was these supplement from the government for people either coming from rural communities, guaranteeing that they would go back, or even people from urban communities who were willing to guarantee to go back. And as I recall, one of your predecessors in the department, going back a long time, actually showed that this was effective, that the high proportion of them, certainly some of them went north or wherever, and after their 5-year commitment came back, but most of them didn't because they established themselves socially in the environment. The other thing I wanted to ask you about is relate your comments on the increase, and your chart rather, on the rather accelerated increase in tuition for dentistry is something, of course, as an ex-dean, and I'm sure Harinder would agree, we're quite aware of, and we're also aware of why this happens. So I was wondering if anybody has looked at that in relation to both the increase in tuition and the other adverse effects of the huge debt that our students carry out to government funding of dental education. Because again, having been involved in it, it has not kept up either with the cost of dental education. And that's one of the reasons tuitions go up here. And that's also one of the reasons that in the private dental schools in the States, the tuitions are astronomical. So I'm wondering if anybody's looked at that. I thought you or somebody in your department had.
Well, I haven't looked at, correlated the funding of, dental education by governments and increases in tuition, but I'm sure they're related. I'm not sure that's what you're asking, but I just do want to recognize the fact that, and in fact, we're about to give a presentation on the faculty's patient base to show or to demonstrate to everybody that it's the GTA's working poor to come to the faculty, and that should have implications for our education, our pedagogy, and things, and should speak to the issue of the funding of dental education specifically. And again, I know you'll appreciate this, David. We run Canada's largest dental hospital, but we are not funded as such. If you go to the UK, well, I don't even need to go to the UK, medical students leave that building and go to a hospital and go to community clinics to learn. And those hospitals and clinics actually receive extra money because they're training people. We don't get any of that. So ultimately it lands on the backs of these young students if we want to, stay open and be effective as educators and so on. So I think we have a real challenge ahead of us, and we're starting to move in that direction. I also want to say one more quick thing. I don't want us to concentrate on sort of rural urban inequality or disparity. Yes, that is an issue, and it's an issue that needs attention. But if I want you to take anything home from this presentation, is that we have a problem in the culture of dentistry, and that needs attention. And that's not a quick fix, that's a generational thing. But if we don't start now, I'm afraid of where dental education will be. I mean, I'm already hearing signals from smart people saying, why is this even a university program? This should be taught at a community college, and maybe we'll just do the research at universities. That to me is of concern because I'm in dental education. But ultimately, I think it has significant interests or significant implications for public protection, the public interest, everything that regulation is about. So I do believe that dentistry's culture needs a bit of a revamp.
Just a quick comment. Thank you very much for that response. I concur with absolutely everything you said, and it needed to be said. Thank you very much, Carlos.
Thank you. Moving on to Nalin, please.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Quinano, it's a great presentation, and thank you. I just have a general overview question about a data point. Maybe you can answer, maybe someone else. I'm just looking at the population of the USA compared to the population of Ontario. It's about 23 times the size. And I know that in the United States, they graduate 6,500 dentists approximately every year. So 6,500 divided by 23 means in Ontario, to be comparable, we would graduate or add to the register 280 dentists every year. Do we add 280? Do we add more? Do we add less? I'm just wondering if anyone knows.
We add, let me just say, so Harinder is here, so I'm assuming we add about 30, 35 from Western. We add about, no, maybe I'm wrong.
76 from Western.
76, well, there you go. So 76, add the 120, 130 from Toronto. So you're at about there. But as you saw from one of the graphs, the greatest share of new licenses, at least as far back as 2012, were being given out to internationally trained dentists. And again, please do not take that as some type of veiled criticism of that. My father is an internationally healthcare professional. I have a lot of time for that. It's no statement on that. Those are just the facts.
We should also add, if I may just tack onto this, we should add that a lot of those American trained dentists go back somewhere else, many of them to Canada, and you actually had the stats on your chart.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Nancy, please.
Thank you. Carlos, I always love listening to your presentations. Amazing. I just wanted to say one comment, and I'm not sure if this is even taking place in the dental schools at the present moment, but is there a way that there could be a balance between educating our upcoming dental clinicians, between the business of dentistry and our commitment to being a healthcare provider? I find what I've observed in the last 27 years of private practice, and I hear this from a lot of younger clinicians coming through, is that they're feeling that increase in pressure, to build. A lot of these students or practitioners end up in corporate-based dental practices, in which case it's all about billing and fees. And so to your case in point, that culture of dentistry has shifted, definitely, because that's where their mindset goes. So I don't know if there's a way that, in the dental schools, there can be an educational course where you're being taught the business of dentistry and you understand what it's about, but always understand that you're there as a healthcare provider, and that's got to be your moral compass no matter what.
So if I could respond to that, so great comments. I'm going to be a bit controversial here, though. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I guess if I haven't been already, but I actually think we do poorly on all those fronts in dental education, meaning I don't think we do enough to help students understand what being a healthcare professional means, and what the practice of rights and duties is actually about, what the implications will be for their, in terms of their debts on how they behave, because this is just basic human, reality. It's not anything related to being a dentist per se, in my opinion. We don't really give them enough information on what the dental care market actually means, and again, do we even have the time for that? I mean, it's jam-packed already. And this, by the way, brings us into discussions about whether dental school should be expanded into more years and things like this. So I know that's been on the table at certain times with regulators. But I also want to speak to the issue of corporate dentistry. We have very little to no evidence on things like clinical decision-making, behaviors, or anything related to, at least here in Canada, a little bit in the US, but very minimal, on what it means to practice in quote unquote a corporate environment. But I want to be very careful there because, corporate dentistry does provide some opportunities in terms of economies of scale to reduce the price of dental care. I'm not saying that happens, but, dentists, last I checked, most dentists are themselves corporations. So I don't want to peg this on quote unquote corporate dentistry. I also don't want to be naive and say that we don't necessarily should immediately look away, because I do think that when a business is being run as a business, that necessarily isn't always in line with what should be happening in the context of healthcare provision.
Okay. So I thank you very much. I'm looking at our time. We're at 10:17. Carlos, greatly appreciate that. Was an excellent presentation. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us and share us your insights. So we will take a break up until 10:30, and I remind counselors to please mute yourself and turn your cameras off. We will see everyone at 10:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
So welcome back, everyone. It is now 10:30, and we will continue on to the items for decision. So the first item for decision is a proposed bylaw amendment related to annual fees and the consumer price index. You have the materials starting on page 133 of your package. Just as a reminder, Council already approved this bylaw amendment back in May, and it has been circulated for comment. It is now coming back to Council for a final decision. The briefing note relates to removing the planned CPI increase for the upcoming 2022 membership renewal fee. And because it requires a change to the bylaw, the college was required to circulate this proposed bylaw change for a 60-day period. It did so, and it received one comment that was supportive of the change. So as a result, the annual renewal fee will remain at $2,510 for the year 2022. Before calling up this motion, are there any clarification questions from Council? Okay, seeing none. May I have motion number 2? Oh, Mark, do you have a question? No? Okay. So motion number 2 will be on the screen, and that is that Council approve the amendment of Article 18.3.13.1 to replace October 1, 2021 with October 1, 2022.
I would so move, Madam Chair.
Okay, so that Brian moves, thank you. And I can't see my screen, so please call your name out if you're second.
David Bishop, second.
Thank you, David. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? So that is carried. Thank you. We will now move on to budgeting and forecasting, and there are 3 items related to this. We will have Ben Lynn assisting with this, along with our senior staff in finance, Jeff Goldberg and Kelly Tripp. So the first item relates to the review of fees and per diems that council directed staff to conduct.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
It's Alan Bromstein. Just before we move on to the next matter, could the record reflect that the motion was passed by a 2/3 majority, please?
Okay.
The last motion?
So the last motion, it was passed by a 2/3 majority. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please also remember that I approve it, just I didn't have time to raise my hand. When I turn off the camera, you're already asking for something else.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jodo.
Thank you.
So going back to the review of fees and per diems, the materials start on page 136 of your package. And we will have Kelly Tripp, the RCDSO controller, give council a presentation on this item. But before that, I will just ask Ben Lynn to provide some introductory comments. Ben?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. In November of last year, Council directed the Registrar to consider amendments to the college's fee and council member stipend bylaws. After a number of meetings and extensive review by the FPA committee staff and external counsel, we are ready to propose recommendations for Council to consider. I would like to thank staff for their hard work and the other members of the FPA committee, Peter Deline, Jamie Colliver, and Sandy Venditti, for their active participation in these discussions. On page 136 of the council materials, you will find the fees and per diem briefing note. This includes benchmarking and analysis to support the recommendations contained within. 4 motions are recommended to bylaw 18 fees. They are focused on combining and simplifying the application and registration fees, reducing administration costs and improving transparency, as well as removing the fees for damaged or lost certificates, HPC confirmation of certificates, and name changes. These changes will not add or increase any of the current fees. The briefing note also contains the results of the per diem review, which is encompassed by bylaw 10, remuneration of members of council and committees. After analysis and discussion, a number of changes throughout bylaw 10 were proposed. The language was also updated to remove the use of pronouns such as he/she and rectify other minor inconsistencies that were identified. In total, there are 6 separate motions proposed, 4 motions for bylaw 18 fee changes, 1 motion to revoke and replace bylaw 10, and 1 motion to revoke and replace the member expense policy. These will be described in detail by Kelly Tripp, the college controller, who will walk us through a slide deck and explain each of the recommendations. We will then take any questions. Over to Kelly.
Thank you, Ben. Kelly?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for that nice introduction. I think, there we go, slide deck is loading. Okay, so as Ben mentioned, that the following presentation is to provide a summary of the recommendations that are being put forward before you today regarding the fees bylaw and the per diem bylaw, all provided for in your briefing note. If we go to the next slide. Thank you. So in the next slide, I just want to talk a little bit about some of the analysis that we did. So we have reviewed some of this at the last council meeting, but I wanted to remind everyone that we've developed guiding principles. We've had a focus on simplification, consolidation, and transparency. We've interviewed several people within the college, specifically those that lead or led registration, PCRA, and the facility inspection program. We've done benchmarking across the other dental regulators across the country, and also looked at per diems across the other Ontario health regulators. And in addition, as Ben mentioned, we've had several meetings with the FPA committee meeting to review and refine these recommendations. So in just to highlight some of that benchmarking, I wanted you to just be aware that the benchmarking that was done across the country was related to the fees that we charge dentists, but to complete the per diems benchmarking, we looked at the other Ontario health regulators, and a lot of that was to do with the fact that they share the same pool of the ministry appointed public members. So there's a lot more alignment in terms of the structure of per diem reimbursement. They were asked several questions. I reached out to everyone in our pool. We had 12 responses, and they were asked questions such as what the rate of their per diem payment is. So do they pay hourly? Do they pay daily? Do they pay in quarterly increments? Do they do a full day, half day increment structure? And then we also were asking questions such as, do they have president, chair, member rates? Do they pay for prep time, etc.? And all of those details are provided for you in the comparison chart. Sorry, I just lost my page here as to which graph that was. Sorry, I think it's Appendix B of Appendix N, which is on page 147 through to 150. So all those questions are there. The next slide, please. So first I'm going to talk about the fees piece. So at the last council meeting in May, there were a few items that we put forward that we were going to be doing some additional investigation and work on. And we just wanted to provide you with an update on those. So for the facility inspection program, we did an analysis on the financial portion of the program and have determined that the cost recovery is covering the current costs of that program. However, if there are changes that come forward in that program as we move ahead, then it could affect that cost structure or the fees associated with those programs. But all of that will be assessed at the time that those changes occur. But for now, we're in a stable environment. For monitoring, it is currently operating at a loss, but in conversation with PCRA, their staff are working on ways to try to drive costs down of monitoring, such as implementing templates or other types of training to help reduce the amount of time it takes to conduct a monitoring report. The next slide, please. So as both Sandy and May and Ben mentioned, in May, Council approved in principle, and you all just approved the automatic CPI adjustment for the 2022 renewal fee to be suspended for a year. So that is completed. And in addition, we are now looking at those additional simplification items that we want to put before you for motions. So the first one is a combined, I'm going to talk about them together. So right now, new applicants, that's all this would affect, this change would affect, is they pay an application fee, and then they pay a registration fee, and then they pay their prorated annual fee. So what I mean by prorated annual fee is if they join midway through the year, there's a different rate. You can pay a semi-annual fee or a quarterly fee if you join in the last few months of the year. And that's only available for these new applicants. But we just felt that an application registration fee, having two didn't necessarily make sense and could add a layer of confusion unnecessarily. So we're proposing that we're basically combining those. So the way that the motions are that you're going to revoke the registration fee, but then the application fee is being increased by that amount of money. So it's not going to have an impact on the bottom line, but it's just an easier way for new applicants to absorb what fees they're paying when they join the membership. And then the next piece is looking at the removal of small dollar fees that have a very trivial impact on revenue, or basically no impact, as these fees are $50 each. And in addition to that, because we're now not in a paper environment and we're offering these certificates available through the member portal, we're finding that there's even less requests for these than there used to be. So it's just not we just don't feel that it's necessary to continue to charge people for these for the few times that they occur. And for the name changes, I just want to make mention that it's not in the bylaw, but we want to remove it because it disproportionately affects small groups of people. And we just want to make sure that that's not happening. So those are the changes to the fees. They're small, they don't have an impact on the bottom line. And the next slide does outline what the next two slides, outline what those motions are, but those will be read after the presentation is completed. So Angelo, if you want to go to the next slide, sorry. just so you can see them. So those are the two, the first two that relate to the combination of combining the application registration fee into one, and then the registration fee being revoked. And if you go to the next slide, these are the two motions related to the removal of the small trivial fees related to damage loss certificates and the HPC confirmation of certificate bylaw. So we can go to the next slide. So now I'm going to talk about the per diem review. So this is new to council this time. So I will spend a bit more time going over these. So out of the analysis that was conducted using the benchmarking tools and other research that we were doing, some of the things that have come out as recommendations to adjust, which I also want to just highlight, would come into effect in January 2023. So that would be the next sitting council. So the decision is being made now, but will not impact this group of individuals right now. Unless you continue to, I guess, sit on council going forward. But the first item that I wanted to talk about is the introduction of an additional quarterly increment for reimbursement. So right now we have a quarter day, half day, and full day, but we were missing that 3/4 day increment. So we're proposing to include that 3/4 day rate. So I want to explain what the impact of that would be. So the impact of that new structure is that the full day rate would now be applicable after 6 hours of participation in a meeting or a scheduled meeting instead of 4. So this would result in a 25% reduction in the paid time for meetings that would fall between 4 to 6 hours. But in our analysis, we also reviewed 1 year worth of per diem claims and meeting schedules, and it has a very small impact on the number of meetings that would be subjected to the 3/4 day rate instead of the full day rate or a half day rate. And then in addition, I just want to remind everybody that meetings are always paid at the greater of the scheduled time or the actual time spent in a meeting. So what I mean by that is if a meeting is scheduled for 6 hours, but you're only there for 2, you would still be eligible to claim the 6 hours of your time because you've set aside that time to be in that meeting, even though the agenda may have taken less time. And on the other side of that, if a meeting was scheduled for 2 but ran over to 3, then that would also change what you were paid. So if it was scheduled for 2, you would be paid for a quarter day, and if it ran over to 3, then you would get that half day rate. So I just wanted to make sure that I gave an example of when that would take place. The next change, and also all of these are part of the definitions within bylaw 10. So the next change that we are putting forward is to update the definition of expense or expenses to include principal Ontario residence or office. So it already says Ontario residence or office, but we are adding principal Ontario. And then in addition, we're going to create a definition of a meeting to ensure that the attendance, both in person or virtual, is very clearly captured so that a per diem is eligible regardless of how you attend a meeting. And in doing that, we were proposing to revoke section 10.4, which is teleconference meetings. So teleconference meetings was created a number of years ago when it was happening very infrequently. But now that we're in a virtual environment where we feel that it's not relevant to distinguish it on its own because a meeting is a meeting, and that's what that definition is going to add. And in addition, the teleconference section requires our members to accumulate up to 3 hours of participation in a meeting before they can submit a claim. But under this new structure, you will be able to submit your per diem claim for each meeting attended, provided that it meets the definition of a meeting and that you have been there for the minimum amount of time. So when I go to the next slide, I'm just going to talk about, I'll talk about that first, just because it kind of goes in line with that. So there's an addition being made into into the bylaw to incorporate a minimum amount of time in which a meeting needs to be participated in to be able to claim a per diem. And part of that is because any meeting under 2 hours in this new structure is going to be paid the quarter day rate. So it's therefore not practical not to define a minimum length of meeting time. And in discussion with the FPA committee, they determined that 15 minutes was deemed to be reasonable. So what I mean by that is that if you were in a meeting for 30 minutes, you would be getting paid as if you were there for 2, because you'll always be paid at the top end of whatever the range is in terms of the quarterly increment that your meeting falls into. The next piece is on page 140 of your materials, just because there's more information about that. And it's also on page 162, where there's further breakdown of what this change in the rates, what it means to you, is that instead of prescribing a rate for each of those quarterly increments, we're going to propose one rate for the full day meeting, and then it will be mathematically applied against each respective quarter. This just simplifies the calculation. It also makes it easier for our members to understand what they are going to be paid. And as you can see on page 162, there is some slight reductions that are occurring by changing to this calculated mathematical calculation. And that is the result of years of that CPI increase being implemented onto the per diems and then rounded to the nearest $5. So over the years, it just got a little bit skewed. So the math stopped working. So we're just looking to make that correction. And also it just is easier to understand that this is the full day rate. And then you can just times by half, times by 3/4, times by 25%. So that will just make that a little bit more straightforward. And then the last item of bylaw changes of note is the cancellation policy. So the cancellation has always been in the bylaws. However, we have now added a specific amount of time of notice that would be required to either warrant a per diem being paid or to not be eligible to be paid. So that's 7 calendar days of notice has been added into the bylaw. And then as Ben mentioned, there were some other changes made to update language to remove the use of pronouns such as he or she, or other minor inconsistencies that were identified. And the last thing that I wanted to note is that when you make changes to the bylaw, the member policy also has to be updated to reflect that same language. For example, the definition of a meeting needs to be updated in both places. So that is why the member policy, expense policy, is also being put before you for approval, because they have to match for consistency.
January 23rd, 2023.
Yeah, 2023. So everything all of these changes would be effective for the next sitting council. So that's why it's January 2023, as all of you are sitting until the end of 2022, and then a little bit in January before the new council is elected. But that's why those dates are being both bylaws will be effective, both the bylaws, sorry, and the expense policy will be effective January 2023. And you'll see that written in the motion as well when they are read. So on the next slide, the motions that, as I said, will be read after the presentation is completed and discussion is completed are before you. So you can just kind of quickly see what they are there, but we're basically revoking what we have, and we would be replacing what has been provided in the appendix. In addition, I just wanted to make note that if there were any other changes made into bylaw 10 between now and 2023, those will also be included in the new revised version of bylaw 10 when that comes into play for January 2023. Next slide. So the next steps are going to be approval in principle, the fees bylaw changes, circulation to members due to the requirement by the RHPA for 60 days, finalize the bylaw revisions for approval at the next council meeting for bylaw 18, And then update the remuneration of member of council and committees bylaw 10 upon approval, and update the policy for the reimbursement of expenses of member and council and his committees and working groups upon approval, again, effective in January 2023. The next slide is just questions, if there are any.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Just trying to get back to the speaker's view here.
Sandy, we've got Jack Wasserman with a question.
And I think Gildo had it first on my.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was going by the chat.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Kelly, I was checking the document in here, and I think you mentioned in your presentation that if a meeting is scheduled for 6 hours, but then only, of course, through 4, that the members will be paid for the greater amount of time. When I check page 163, if not mistaken, that's not reflecting there. It says meeting is scheduled for 9 to 3, 6 hours. Meeting actually runs 4 hours. Then it's a current model, 1,150, new model, 862.50. Can you please clarify that for me?
Yeah, so in the new model, because we're introducing the 3/4 day rate, that's where that difference would apply. So the 3/4 day rate would apply for meetings that fall between 4 to 6 hours. But in the current model, if you're in a meeting for 4.25 hours, you're being paid as if you were there up to 8, right? Like the full day rate applies that way.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry for that. Thank you.
Thank you. So next up we have Jack.
Thank you, Kelly. Just a question clarification. Today is January the 17th, 2023. Okay, we've sped ahead. Today, our council meeting is scheduled from 9 o'clock till approximately 2:30, under 6 hours. Would this be considered a 3/4 day meeting? Number one.
Yes, if it's scheduled for under 6 hours, unless it runs beyond that. So if it ran over, then you would obviously qualify for the next rate.
So council meetings going forward might be a 3/4 day meeting.
It's possible. Now, one thing to consider is that you also, per diems are also inclusive of travel time. So in the event that we are back in person, travel will be factored into your per diem as well, into your claim. So if you traveled for, let's say, an hour or 2 round trip, whatever it might be, it will push it over the 6 hours and it will be a full day per diem claim.
Now we're asked to be online roughly 30 minutes prior to the start of the meeting. Is that time that we, for lack of a better word, clock as part of our per diem, or is it not?
I mean, I personally would, I'm not going to go based on the definition of the bylaws, and maybe that's where Alan Bromstein will kick in on that. But I would think if you are being asked to be present somewhere at a certain time, that's when your clock begins, just like any job that you're in. Like, just because you might start seeing patients at 9, but you're expected to be there at 8:30, or you have your staff coming in at 8:30 to set up, doesn't mean that they're not going to be compensated for that time. So that's how I would look at it in a practical sense.
Because that would make it a full day session.
Yep.
Just curiosity, just want to know the guidelines that council members should use. The other thing, and it's not part of these bylaws, I understand, is prep time for council. And that's something maybe we can talk about another time, because there are roughly 300 pages in our council book. And that's just the beginning, of course. And I know there's prep time for the ICRC, of course, and we'll be discussing that a little bit later. But have we ever talked about prepping time for a council meeting?
The discussion of prep time in general has obviously been floated many times with different council or committee members. I think the stance in the past has been that we're not going to be paying for the prep time, even though I realize that it does take a lot of time. But I think, maybe somebody else, like maybe Dan, wants to provide comment, or Alan Bromstein on how that's been structured in the current bylaws, but it wouldn't be a part of this motion. But I think if it's something that needs to be further discussed or analyzed, then that would be taken offline and then looked at separately from this motion. But maybe I'll let Dan provide comment if he has.
Sure. Just quickly, Jack, I think for this iteration, the issue of prep time was not considered, other than for the ICRC meetings that we'll talk about later. I think it's a legitimate question, and subject to what council wants to do, it can be something that the FPA considers as well, because as we expect council and committee members to be informed, it means we expect them to read the materials. And when there are significant materials, we have to consider that. So I don't know what the result would be. I know there's a lot of history with respect to the college and prep time. I don't understand all of it because I haven't really delved into it, but I think it is a legitimate consideration that likely the FPA should at least talk about in some of their upcoming meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next up, we have Judy.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for the presentation, Kelly. And this isn't really directly in terms of figuring out how much will be paid. And I suppose as a public member, I have sort of a lesser interest in that in some ways. But section D of the note, which is at page 141, refers to removing the definition of a meeting. And then, and in the lead up to that, it says, the consideration of how well virtual meetings have proceeded during the pandemic, the savings they provide, and the reasonability of continuing this way with the unpredictability of the continuing pandemic, virtual meetings are now accepted as the standard for committees and council meetings. I guess what I'm asking is there a commitment by the college to go back to in-person meetings once it's safe to do so? Because this is actually the second place where I saw a reference in the materials to moving to virtual meetings. And I am a big believer in in-person meetings. And I think that we need to go back to at least some of them being in person. So I'm just wondering whether by removing that word, is that because there's going to be an understanding that on a go forward basis, there will be no in-person meetings unless absolutely necessary?
Sorry, I don't think so. But I just wanted to clarify that what we're removing on page 141 is the teleconference meeting section. But
right.
What we're adding is a clear definition that a meeting both encompasses in-person and virtual. So it doesn't mean that we're excluding in-person meetings from occurring. I think, the stance that the college has taken, as Dan mentioned earlier, is that, we're still trying to be on the conservative side of ensuring that we're maintaining everyone's health and safety as we are all learning from this pandemic. Dan, I'm sure can comment to this, but I assume that there will be at least some in-person meetings once we go back into a normal state of being. I don't think that the intention is to always do this, but I also think that there will be a hybrid model. And I think that likely agendas and the type of meeting will be strongly considered as to whether it would operate better in person or virtual. And I can tell you from my experience that the virtual meetings are offering some additional flexibility for participation in meetings due to where you're located or what your schedule might be, and allowing you to accommodate attending a meeting that otherwise would have taken a whole day or 2 days if you factor in travel, depending on where you're coming from. So I think we are getting really great participation and attendance at all of our meetings. So that's another factor that's positive to doing virtual. But I also agree that, in-person meetings, everybody misses people, right? We all miss people. That's just human nature to miss people. And I do think that I'll let Dan comment further, but I would make the assumption that at some point when we're back into a normal state of being, that there will be some form of hybrid model.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
A very quick comment. I think it would be unfortunate if we lost all the ground that we've gained over the last year and a half in terms of doing things this way by going completely back to the other model. And so what we're looking at is doing more of this, recognizing it's not ideal, but there are also some disadvantages with face-to-face for a number of reasons. But we have to find the right balance. So I don't think that word means it's a standard that all committees and all council will be virtual. It is really saying that we want to continue to draw from some of the benefits that we've experienced in the past year and a half, and what that looks like down the road is still to be determined. But we have budgeted for, I believe, one face-to-face council next year, and that's part of the budget process that will be considered by FPA and council later on this year.
Okay, thanks. It's just that I'm seeing a few references in this package to the savings, the financial savings that we achieve from virtual meetings, and that's what's sort of twigging my concern are the financial savings going to be the determining factor, and especially when I see that there's a $200,000 shortfall predicted for this year. So you know, it's if the practice is going to be to discontinue regular face-to-face meetings, can I ask that that be brought to council at some points for discussion?
We will make a note of that, and yes, we can bring that forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next on, we have Jamie.
Yes, thank you very much. I am a member of the FPA committee, and I just wanted to assure council that there was a great deal of deliberation and thoughtful commentary leading to this decision on fees. I'm a public member. This whole discussion did not apply to myself, as with Judy. So my question, and I should have asked this at the committee level, with the changes, is it expected that staff will do the timekeeping, or is it up to the member to do the time monitoring and then send it to staff? I'm not really sure how that all works, and in view of some of the changes, it would be nice to clarify that for council. Thank you.
I can take this. If you read in the briefing note, it says one of the recommendations to be made is that the chair of the committee will announce the start and end times of the meeting, so that there's no ambiguity.
Thank you. And next we have Peter.
Yeah, I think I'm on here. I was wondering about the travel, and specifically, I know the provincial government has directives on travel, meals, and accommodation, especially during the pandemic, and that is certainly involves pretty much all the departments of the provincial government. And I'm wondering if we should look at adopting some of those recommendations as well, as far as well, travel, meals, and accommodation, and you know, take advantage of some of the work that's already been done by the government and kind of adopt a little bit of their principles.
I think that's taking us beyond what the question, we can bring that back to FP&A.
We can.
Because that's going beyond what we're being asked to discuss here today.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if travel was one of the changes. I thought I saw a change to some travel recommendation. But
Kelly, is that confirming there's no change to travel at this point?
There's no specific change to the way that we reimburse or what we will reimburse for. I can double check while we go to the next question. There might have been an update in some of the language, I think, you know, just to update the policy. But I see there's no actual change. There's just some additional language or specified numbers. So where it read 4.5 hours, it now says 4.5 hours, like the number's been added. And the only change that has been brought forward in the definitions is just the principal residence in Ontario and or office. So in terms of how the policy is being adapted, we're not changing how we're reimbursing, what rates we're reimbursing, any of that at this time.
Okay.
Thank you. Up next, we have Mark Eckler.
Yes, sorry for my ignorance. If this is going to be put out and approved for 60 days, brought up at the next council, why are we potentially waiting till 2023 for the change of per diem rates versus January 2022?
Okay, so first to clarify, the information that will be going for circulation is only in regards to the fees bylaw. So that's bylaw 18. So that would be the changes regarding the application registration fees and the removal of the confirmation of HPC certificates and the loss or damage certificate. So bylaw 10, that decision would be made here and does not need to be circulated. That's not a requirement of the RHPA. And the reason why we would be putting forward that change for January of 2023, as we've done historically that I can recall, any changes that would affect per diem compensation has always been made the decision to affect the next group of the sitting council or committee members, as all of you joined at a time where you understood this to be the compensation model. So that's just been a historic practice. So that you're not, nothing's changed on the sitting group midway through your term.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ram, did you have a question? Otherwise, I'd like to wrap up this section. No, you're okay. So I'd like to actually offer my opinion on this subject while we are here and before we call the motion. I want to thank staff for all their hard work on this area. And I expressed these same concerns at the FPA meeting. I am not in support of this recommendation for the following reasons. In reviewing the per diem rates, which does not include prep time, the rates were found to be reasonable. What is being proposed is contradictory to that, and it's a major overhaul. In all my time on council, I've never attended a meeting that was over 6 hours, and I don't see that in the future. So the next council will have to understand they will be getting a 25% reduction in what we see as a full per diem rate. So this 25% reduction is significant, and it is a risk to the college for the following reasons. It devalues the role of a council member, non-council committee member at a time when governance and the responsibilities that come with governance continue to increase. This will impact the talent pool, retention, and recruitment. There is a cost to the college to having professional members take time away from their dental practice to serve as on council and also on committees, let alone the caliber of individuals that we are now going to require that have a certain competency and skill set to round out our talent base. My request is for FPA to revisit this issue and specifically address what is the problem we are trying to solve.
Yay. Well done, Sandy.
Thank you. So I will look around the room if there's any support to have this particular item just on per diems, go back to FP&A to address whatever the issue is. If I get some nods and some yeses.
I make a motion to do so.
Okay.
I would second it, Madam
I'll
Chair.
second it. I'll second it as well.
Okay, so then the motion would be for the, not really it's a direction that the issue about per diem be brought back to FP&A to revisit, to identify what is the issue we are trying to solve so that we do not change the value of the rates as they currently are. Are we all in agreement with that?
Yes.
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 Okay, so we have consensus on that. So we will not be discussing motion number 3. That has been removed. And moving on to now motion number 4. This is to deal with the expense policy.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I understand there was support for a motion to refer this matter, the first 2 motions, back to the FP&A committee. But I think
motion number 3. which is about bylaw number 10.
Yes, the two motions relating to bylaw number, the motion relating to bylaw number 10, the motion relating to the expense policy.
Oh, correct, yes.
Yes, you've asked that the matter be referred back to the FP&A committee for further discussion. But I think you need to have the support of a majority of council to do that.
Okay.
There's been no vote on that. There's just been a comment. There's been a motion and a seconder. I think there needs to be discussion opened up, and then there need to be a vote. And if it's moved back, then that, of course, takes those items off the agenda.
Okay, so now we have it up for discussion. Any discussion on this matter? I think Jack?
I totally agree with you, Sandy, and I had reservations as I spoke earlier. But further to that, just for this council meeting alone, I don't know about the council members, but I put aside a whole day of my schedule for it. And for instance, the next meeting, I've put away a whole day scheduled. It's not until a week when I get the council book do I know or I'm made aware that it's a 5-hour meeting or a 6-hour meeting. At that point, I can't book patients. I've already committed for the day. And so further to what you said, it's a full day's commitment. And yet, you know, it can end up being a 5-hour council meeting.
Correct. Any other comment? Jamie?
Sorry, I just posed this question. I guess it's going to go back to Ben again with Jack's concern about signing on 30 minutes before. The chair or a chair will designate the start time of the meeting, but will that include the 30 minutes beforehand, before each meeting that we must sign on? I think that's a minor but important point for all.
Thank you. Ben or Kelly?
I think I saw that Dan in the chat said that he has a question.
Sorry, I'll try to, I think I heard most of what you said, Jamie, and I think there's two parts. And so for council, where there are legislative obligations to report the start time of the meeting, but taking into consideration in a virtual environment when we expect people to be online because we want to make sure the technology is working and everybody's able to access the meeting. I think some of those thoughts we will take back as well in terms of looking at appropriate start times depending on the meeting. I mean, most other meetings probably don't have this kind of production value, but we do have to take this kind of point into consideration. I just want some clarification. First, not moving forward with this motion on per diems, which relates to the changes to the bylaw, will not move forward any of the changes. And I want to make sure that that's what you're saying, because then there will be no clarification of virtual meetings. There's a teleconference section of the bylaw. All of those things can't change by making this motion to go back. So that's my first point. The second is if there's any more clarification that you can provide to staff in terms of what you want us to look at. So I've heard you say, tell us what problem you're trying to solve or we're trying to solve as a college. We'll take that back. But if there's any more clarification that you can provide so that we are very crystal clear in terms of what we are doing with FPA and what we are doing with council, I would very much appreciate that.
So let me put this on the floor then. The current per diem structure as it sits, where you have a full day and you have a half day, and then you have the quarter day, that works for our college. Most committee meetings are half the day, and most council meetings are a full day. So I'm asking council, are they okay with leaving everything as is because it is working for our current structure? Ben?
I have a comment about that. So the reason why they introduced the 3/4 day is that, let's say you have a meeting that was booked for half a day, 4 hours. The meeting goes 4 hours and 1 minute. At that point in time, it becomes a full day. And that doesn't seem like it is a fair thing to do. And then I think it does affect the budget if something like that happens. I think in the end, everything balances off and there's a trade-off. If you have a shorter meeting, let's say it's booked for half a day and then it only takes 3 hours, you're still getting paid for half a day. What I would like to see is that a commitment from staff to say that all council meetings are scheduled for 1 day, all discipline hearings are scheduled for a day, and that all ICRC meetings are scheduled for 1 day. And if the council meeting goes from 8:30 to 1, at least we understand that they will be compensated for the full day, and that includes the prep time. So I would like council to consider that and staff to consider that.
I think now we're going into an actual discussion of the items, which we're really running into our time. So it appears to me, based on what I am hearing, we still have to flush out exactly what we want. And what I am hearing is that there is some issue with the 25% reduction. So if council is okay, the motion or the direction would be for FP&A to give some clarity, not changing the values as they sit, but identifying the problem, which is if a meeting runs 3.1 minutes, 3 hours and 1 minute, does that individual, so those are issues that can be discussed at the FP&A. That's the problem we're trying to solve. But to do like a shotgun approach and have all this ripple effect through all these committees does not make sense. So that would be the direction that I think I am hearing. May I please have individuals comment if that is what they are hearing, and then we'll take a straw vote.
Sandy?
Yes, Rod?
It's Rod. I hate to muddy the waters, but do your comments, there's a substantial disparity between public and professional per diems at the moment. Do your comments ring true regarding the need for talent and to attract talent, public talent? I feel that whatever is taken back, there should be some consideration for the disparity between professional and public rates. I know that's a tough challenge, Dan and I discussed previously, given the government position, but I feel it should be noted.
Thank you, Rod. And to let you know and other public members know, that is a topic that Dan and I have been actively talking about. We understand that our hands are tied in terms of compensation for public members. However, we greatly appreciate and the value that each and every one of you bring to the table. And we are going to have discussions to find out how is there a way that we can, show our appreciation in some other way.
Can I, David Bishop, make a comment on that? I haven't seen the college approach the Minister of Health for improvements for the public per diems. And when I'm listening to what's going on here, if you're starting to nickel and dime your members, it's not going to be very well accepted. I think you've got either a half day or full day. I see public members having to do their practice for all the time. So I'm not sure why you want to split it up into little increments. I mean, it's just not fair for the members. I think you'll see a disinterest in wanting to be on the board if you start doing that.
Thank you, David. Dan?
So a couple of comments, one to what David just said, and also maybe to help move forward. There was a document in the council package where we wrote to the ministry about governance reforms, as we were asked to do last June. And there is a section in there on looking at the public member rates, and there will be some continued activity in that area. So just wanted to clarify that there has been some activity on that. I wonder, Sandy, if you have a motion on the table to move back to FPA, and I really look to you, Sandy, and Alan in terms of procedural advice, but I'm not sure how much more you want to have a discussion about this if it's ultimately going to go back to FPA for further consideration. So it's really it's really a procedural issue, and I'm not sure the status of the motion, if it was actually approved or not. But I also don't want to get into a situation of not as staff providing council with what it needs. And I think to some degree, the motion that was made last November created some of this because there was a lot of discussion about what review meant. And so again, I would urge you, be as crystal clear with me and through me to staff as possible with what you expect back and what you expect to be reviewed by FPA so that we are on the same page.
So I will put this forward because I think this is what I am hearing. What I am hearing is what the problem really is if a meeting extends an extra 2 minutes, an extra 3 minutes. That is what the problem is. It's not a major overhaul of our current per diems and their value. So the problem FP&A needs to address is if a meeting extends by 5 minutes, is that, do you still get paid for that? Or is that part of, you've already been paid for the half day, so the 5 minutes is just a leeway? That is what the problem we are trying to solve. Is council in agreement with that issue? Or is it really there's no issue? Because at the end of the day, most meetings even out anyway. So I don't really think we have a problem to solve.
If I may, my interpretation of everything that's going on, to answer Dan's question, is I see two questions that have come up. One is, what is the purpose of this change? If you like, what is the motivation? That might affect council's decision. The second is, if the problem is, Sandy, what you just described, are there not easier ways of solving it rather than just breaking it up into quarterly? For instance, one could say a half-day meeting with 10 minutes on either side or a half hour on either side as a plus or minus. I'm just throwing these sorts of things out. Number one, what's the objective? What's the motivation? Two, is this overkill or is there a simpler solution? That's how I hear all this discussion. But then again, I may not hear it all.
Can I just make a comment?
Yes.
I think the fact that that council has been discussing this for 40 minutes now, and there's still a lot of confusion, speaks to the need for the motions to go back to the committee and for you to bring it back and maybe allow more than 20 minutes for discussion the next time it comes back. So I would like to move, I would like to suggest that we just vote on the motion to return it to the committee.
I agree.
Great.
Okay. Dan, do you have a comment?
Yeah, quick comment. Happy to do whatever council wants to do, and it sounds like you want to take that part back in terms of the per diems. We need to get to the fees as well and deal with those. I'm taking from this discussion too that it's less about all of the other parts of the bylaw that were changed and more about the quarter, half, 3/4, and full day. So that's the piece we will focus on. I also want to be crystal clear with council that staff worked on this for 9 months and took it back to FPA at least 3 times. So in terms of the process, FPA has been involved in this many times. And I just want you to be aware of that. This is not anything that is being pushed forward by staff. There has been considerable discussion, but I understand that there is still some confusion, and I won't delay any vote that you need to take in terms of sending it back to FPA, the per diem bylaw.
But I think what I am hearing as well, just so that we are clear, there is to be no change in the actual value. That's what I am hearing. So FP&A can review, but there is to be no change in the actual value of per diems paid.
It's Alan Brown. I don't think you can stop FP&A from making whatever recommendation it wants to make, but the people on FP&A understand that it needs 2/3 of the votes from council to make a bylaw amendment. So, I mean, I don't think it's appropriate to direct them that it should be done this way or that way unless we're actually going to vote on each item. And at this point, I think they've had the opportunity to hear the discussion. It needs to go back, and I echo what Judy has said. There should be a motion put on the floor to return the matter to the Finance, Property, and Administration Committee for further consideration, and then something will come or something won't come from them.
Well, and that's why I wanted to be very clear, because this is how we arrived at this point. A review turned into an analysis. So to be very crystal clear, if there is an issue, to be clear, we are not saying that there should be a change in the value, because there's a lot of angst in doing that. So I just want to be clear, the next steps for FP&A, if they're going to do a review of what a problem is, the review should not result in a change in value, because their analysis revealed everything was reasonable.
Well, you'd have to have a vote on that issue, Madam Chair, and I don't think that's worthwhile at this point in time.
Okay.
I mean, they've heard all the discussion, and they know what they would need to have this passed. So the motion, I think, that you want to get a mover and a seconder for is to return the matter of the changes to bylaw number 10 and the per diems back to the FP&A committee for further consideration. You need a mover, a seconder, any further discussion, and a vote.
Okay.
I thought we already had the motion on the floor.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Okay. So are we all in favor of that motion?
Can you read that motion again, Sandy?
Alan, can you please read that?
To return the matter involving the per diems and the revocation and replacement of bylaw number 10 to the Finance Property Administration Committee for further consideration.
So
Yeah.
we had a mover and a seconder. I think, David, you moved it and you
Yes.
seconded it.
I second it.
Okay, Brian,
Fine.
are we all in favor?
Yep.
Can't see everybody on the screen, but
I
it has,
see a lot of hands, but you
okay,
should ask about the opposed.
okay. Are there any opposed to this? So Judy and Jamie?
No,
No.
I'm not
Oh,
opposed.
You're
Jam-
good, okay,
Jamie, Ben, Peter.
okay. 3 opposed, any abstentions? Mark, are you,
Mark.
you're, okay, are you abstaining or opposed?
I support Ben's position.
Okay. All right, so there are no abstentions, so that is now moved. So we will move on now to motion number 5, which deals with removing the requirement for the payment of a registration fee. So if I can have that on the screen. That council approve in principle the amendment of bylaw 18 fees by revoking Article 18.2.1 effective January 1, 2022, removing the requirement for the payment of a registration fee, and direct that the proposed amendment be circulated to members and other stakeholders for at least 60 days. I will need a mover, please.
I move.
Ram, and seconder,
I second it.
Brian Smith. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? So that is carried. Thank you. On motion number 6, regarding the registration, so that council approve in principle the amendment of bylaw 18 fees by amending Article 18.1.1 to change the fee referred to therein from $250 to $350, effective January 1, 2022, fee for the issuance of a general, specialty, or academic certificate of registration, and direct that the proposed amendment be circulated to members and other stakeholders for at least 60 days. May I have a mover, please?
I'll move.
Second it.
Who was that one?
Judy.
Judy, okay. And then Brian, any discussion? All in favor? Okay. Any opposed? Any abstentions? So that is carried. Thank you. Moving on to motion number 7. That council approve in principle the amendment of bylaw 18 fees by revoking Articles 18.5.1 and 18.5.2 effective January 1, 2022, fees related to replacement of certificates of registration, and direct that the proposed amendments be circulated to members and other stakeholders for at least 60 days. May I have a mover, please?
I move.
Ellie?
I will move.
And then Vivian seconder. Any discussion? Any opposed? Oh, all in favor? Okay. Any opposed? Any abstentions? So that is carried. Moving on to motion number 8. That council approve in principle the amendment of bylaw 18 fees by revoking Article 18.10.4 effective January 1, 2022, fees related to confirming that a dentistry professional corporation holds a certificate of authorization, and direct that the proposed amendments be circulated to members and other stakeholders for at least 60 days. Mover. So Harinder and then Jack. Any discussion on that? All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? And that is carried. Next, we have the investment policy. Those items start on page 173, and I'm going to ask Ben to introduce this item, please. Ben?
Great. Sandy?
Yes.
Sorry, I just have a quick clarification question. The other changes that were in bylaw 10, and maybe that's a question for Alan, they can't move forward either, right? The whole thing is being revised, not just excluding that piece. Okay.
Correct.
No, they can't move forward. You'd have to deal with it in a totally different way because you have to be able to vote on something on notice and get a 2/3 majority vote.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. So Ben?
FPA is recommending revisions to our investment policy to provide additional options to increase return while preserving capital. The college's external investment advisor was consulted and supports the changes. There are 3 changes proposed. 1, allow the college to invest in bail-in bonds as deposit notes are no longer offered. 2, add the National Bank to the list of the Big 5 banks as an authorized issuer of investments. 3, allow for the purchase of corporate bonds. We will limit the magnitude and corporate bond rating to manage risks. These changes require council to approve the new investment policy and bylaw 23. The motions are included in the briefing note. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. So before we bring up these 2 motions, are there any clarification questions? Okay, so seeing none, we will turn now to motion number 9. That council revoke chapter 23.4 investment of the college's bylaw 23, college finances, and substitute with that shown in appendix D. May I have a mover on that motion, please? So Jamie and Mark second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Madam Chair, as you take the vote, you need to ensure that you have a 2/3 majority vote.
Okay.
To pass the motion.
I'm seeing everyone on my screen has their hand up.
Approved to Sandy.
Okay, thank you, Rod. Any opposed? Any abstentions? So that is carried. And now the last motion in this series is motion number 10, that council revoke the college's existing investment policy and substitute with that found in appendix B. I need a mover, please. Jamie and Brian. Any discussion on this? So all in favor? Rod? Okay, thank you, Rod. I see more than 2/3. Any opposed? Any abstentions? And that is carried. So the last item is just a for information item. That is your financial update. That's on page 190. If there are any questions, Jeff Goldberg is here. Otherwise, we will move on to standard of practice. So any questions on the financial update? Judy?
Yes, thank you. Jeff, I'm just wondering, I noticed that you're predicting a $200,000 shortfall for this year. And I'm wondering why you think we have that shortfall, and what steps are going to be taken to ensure that we're back above zero for next year?
Well, the way we do the forecast, and this was done mid-year at the end of Q2, June 30th, we sort of collect all the variances that we've seen throughout the year and what we can predict going forward. And this year we had the added benefit of bringing in PricewaterhouseCoopers to do the actuarial assessment mid-year. So we think we have a better number for the PLP provision. So I would say there's, because this is 6 months in the year, there's several levers that can be pulled to sort of bring this up and down. I think the three biggest are probably the PLP reserve or loss provision. So if that equals what we put in, that would go a long way in making the forecast more accurate. The investment returns, if those remain good, like right now, the number in there is pretty conservative. Our actual number at the end of July is ahead of where we forecasted. So that could put us in a surplus position. I would say the other big lever is if staff turnover remains high. So when staff leave, we usually have a vacancy period where we save some dollars. So, I mean, each of those can go up or down though. So, it might be 200, it might be worse, it might be better. It's really hard. That's our best estimate midway through the year.
Yeah, I realize that $200,000 in a budget of $33 million is really immaterial. But if it persists year over year, then it becomes material. And that's why I'm asking, so for example, I just see that in terms of council and committees, although you say there were savings, the cost is projected to be higher than it was when there were in-person meetings. Or is this relation to another, I guess it's another COVID year.
Yes, sorry, just clarification with the costing, council and committees, those are the per diems.
Okay.
So it's not, it doesn't relate necessarily to as much virtual, because those savings are counted in transportation, accommodation, catering, things like that, which are in a different line.
Okay, so look, I'm not really seeing where the as I said, I realize it's an immaterial amount, but numbers in red always concern me. So if you could just, but I guess what you're going to do is make adjustments towards year end to make sure that we don't finish with a negative number. Is that correct?
No.
No?
That's not correct.
Well, I can't. Okay, I chair a board where they usually have a way of doing it, but.
Right. I mean, I personally consider this amount immaterial.
Yeah.
So if you want to stop activities, we can certainly do that, but we need to fulfill our mandate.
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm just suggesting that I'm interested in knowing how we can better, I guess not at this meeting, but I'd be interested in knowing how we can better manage costs so that there is a return to black. That's all.
Jeff, may I speak? It's Rod.
Go ahead, Rod.
Sorry, Judy, did I interrupt? I didn't mean to.
No, I'm done. I'm just, you know what, I just wanted to, as I said, I know the amount is immaterial in any given year, but if over time, if amounts like that accumulate, they become material. That was my only point. So go
My
ahead.
comment, my comment, I'm not sure if Jeff is prepared, maybe this is a subsequent meeting, but Jeff, you and I've had some discussions on long-term strategic planning, financial strategic planning. And might it be good to share some of this with council at some point? This may allay some of Judy's concerns. Your comments are welcome.
Yeah, thanks, Rod. We will, at the November meeting, we intend to bring not just the budget, but a long-term forecast. So maybe 2 or 3 years out. So we can identify which levers we'll need to pull in the future. Like I think at some point it's going to come down to membership fees because costs keep going up. And if we are bringing in a realistic budget for PLP, that will add $2 million to the budget. So we are, looking after savings as much as we can. We're renegotiating contracts. We're looking at better ways to do things. But the fact is there are some costs that are going to be going up. I think we do have some opportunities, and I've talked a little bit with Rod about those. And we can definitely bring those up at the next council after FPA has a chance to talk about those.
Thank you. So on my speakers list, I have Mark Eckler, then Dan wants to comment on the forecast, and then David Bishop.
Thank you.
Sorry, Sandy, you can move on.
Okay, so Dan, somebody is sharing their screen by accident.
Yes, I think we'll just take that share screen out. My comment, I think Jeff said most of it. I can assure council that not a day goes by Jeff and I are not talking about something related to managing costs and looking at all different ways in which we can save without sacrificing the regulatory obligations that we have as a college. I want to be clear as well, and Jeff said it, I don't want to sugarcoat it. We are going to have a challenging budget coming up, and that will go through the scrutiny of FPA and it will come to council. But we do have some significant contributions to that budget, and that will be a more accurate budget of loss provisions from PLP. And that's just a reality. It's something that we talked about at council in May, and we will continue to talk about. There are other contributors and there are other savings, substantial savings that have been found. So I don't think today is the day to really talk about details because you don't have information and we have a process to do that. But I think the purpose behind this briefing note and Jeff's comments was to try to start providing longer term forecasts, which we will do, to start providing information about resource commitments to strategic priorities, because everything that we do has a cost, an opportunity cost sometimes, a direct cost, and to make sure that we fulfill our regulatory legislative obligations. That's our job. So you will hear a lot more about this, and I just wanted to make sure that those comments were made in relation to this, to some of the questions that you've had.
Thank you. And David?
Yes, my comment on the last budget year, we saved, because of COVID and Zoom meetings, almost $400,000. What I'm hearing so far is that where the $200,000 deficit is, that's going to be an excuse not to have in-person meetings, of which one of my colleagues has already raised the question that some in-person meetings are necessary, or else you take away the purpose of really camaraderie, which is part of what a board is all about. So maybe in the November budget, we will find out what's going to happen, but I'm hoping that we don't see zero in the dollars for travel and accommodation and meetings.
Yeah, as Dan mentioned, we'll be looking at definitely one in-person council meeting. We're still in the pandemic, so we don't know how things are going to shake out.
I'm worried about ICRC meetings because some of when we're working on Zoom, like for instance, a detail like radiographs do not come off very well over Zoom meetings. And there's times where I think if we were there at the college, we'd be able to clear up some discussions that go on. That's just an example there, Jeffrey.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I know we're running a little bit behind schedule. I'd like to target lunch around 12:15, 12:25. So we're moving on to standard of practice of intraoral procedures. That's on page 197 of your package. Now, this final standard of practice is the product of diligent work by our staff, led by Dr. Michael Gardner, the Quality Assurance Committee under the leadership of Dr. David Mock, and the original delegation working group, which laid the foundation for this work. So I will now turn it over to David and Mike to take council through a short presentation.
Okay, I will begin if we can get the slides up, please. Okay, thank you. We can go to the first slide, please. I'm pleased to bring this item along with Michael Gardner up to council today. It's a proposed standard of practice for council's review and consideration. For this presentation, I'm going to assume that everybody has read the briefing note that was on this matter and reviewed the attached materials. Second slide, please. The council is being asked for its feedback on a revised document, namely the proposed standard of practice on the performance of intraoral procedures that are not controlled acts by the preventive dental assistants, level 2 dental assistants, and registered dental hygienists. Council is also being asked to give final approval to this document as a standard of practice, not just a guideline. This should be obvious. This matter, as you can see on this slide, council should understand that this matter serves the public interest by ensuring that both the public and the profession have current information related to the college's expectations in this area of dental practice. Next slide, please. The background does go back several years. In 2013, the Health Profession Regulatory Advisory Council, or HPRAC, submitted its report to the minister regarding an application by the dental assistants to become a regulated health profession. In this report, HPRAC recommended that dental assisting should not be regulated. However, HPRAC also recommended that the minister should collaborate with the dental colleges and the Ontario Dental Association to review existing policies for dental care in Ontario and, where necessary, amend them with the goal of facilitating the ability of qualified oral health care professionals to perform the full scope of their practice. At the November 2013 meeting, the Executive Committee proposed and Council unanimously approved a recommendation to establish an ad hoc committee to consider the appropriateness of permitting dentists to delegate their controlled acts to other healthcare professionals, as well as the appropriate safeguards for this to happen. The ad hoc committee was comprised of representatives from the RCDSO, CDHO, ODA, ODAA, and the CPSO. The ad hoc committee held 7 meetings, thoroughly reviewed numerous intraoral procedures, and ultimately submitted a report with recommendations. One of these recommendations was that the college should develop a guidance document for the profession relating to the performance of intraoral procedures that are not controlled acts by other oral health care professionals. Next slide, please. At the November 2017 meeting, Council accepted the ad hoc committee's report and recommendations, and Council then directed college staff to prepare guidelines that are consistent with the recommendations of the ad hoc committee. As a result, and in consultation with Alan Bromstein, college staff prepared draft guidelines on the performance of intraoral procedures that are not controlled acts by preventive dental assistants, level 2 dental assistants, and registered dental hygienists. You have these draft guidelines at Appendix A in your materials. Next slide, please. At the May 2019 meeting, Council approved in principle the draft guidelines and directed that this document be circulated to all Ontario dentists and other stakeholders for comment. At this point, I will turn the presentation over to Michael Gardner to review the current status of this matter and summarize where we are. Michael, it's all yours. Michael.
Yep, I'm here. Thank you,
Okay.
David. I just had to unmute myself. Thank you, David, and good morning, everyone. So as David mentioned, as Angelo, if you can advance to the next slide, please. The draft guidelines were circulated to all dentists and other stakeholders. And for this particular circulation, we also provided a survey for dentists and stakeholders to provide comment. The guidelines were circulated for 60 days. And the survey, which we had designed deliberately to facilitate submission and response from and input from dentists and other stakeholders on specific questions that we had, particularly their opinions on the level of supervision that they felt was necessary for a dentist to provide should these different procedures be provided by different team members of the oral healthcare team. But of course, we also received, and we would always welcome, written submissions. We did receive 6 of those from the ODA, the ODA, the ODHA, the OAO, that's the Ontario Association of Orthodontists, and the OAPHD, that's the Ontario Association of Public Health Dentists, as well as one individual dentist. Next slide, please. The survey, and you have a summary of the responses that we received from the survey in your materials at Appendix 6. You'll see that key findings from that survey, the majority of persons who responded to the survey identified themselves as a dentist in solo or group practice at over 80%. For some procedures, the majority of respondents felt that no supervision by a dentist was required. And in particular, this was related to certain procedures like oral hygiene instruction and the taking of intraoral and extraoral photographs, for example. However, for some procedures, the majority felt that on-site supervision by a dentist was required. Interestingly, for all procedures, there was very little interest expressed in the supervision of these procedures via technology. And here we might interpret supervision via technology to include audiovisual supervision via teledentistry. Next slide, please. We also received written submissions, as I described earlier. Key issues that were identified from those respondents included that this document should be branded as a standard of practice. Several of the respondents wished for greater clarification from the college on what constitutes an appropriate level of supervision. Also, several respondents suggested the expanded use of digital and optical methods for taking impressions, as well as the taking of intraoral photographs by dental team members. And the Ontario Dental Hygienist Association did comment that dental hygienists, registered dental hygienists, are fully qualified and competent to provide intraoral procedures when appropriate and without the supervision of a dentist. Next slide, please. So these comments were provided to a staff working group to review and to consider appropriate changes to the draft document that was circulated. And in determining what would be appropriate changes to revise the draft document, the staff working group were guided by these 3 principles. Firstly, that the document should facilitate the ability of all healthcare practitioners in the dental office to perform to their full scope of practice. And frankly, that was the recommendation of HRAC as well as the ministry, that we facilitate these team members to practice to their full scope of practice. In addition, the staff working group reflected on the fact that this document is about intraoral procedures that are not controlled acts, and therefore not expected to expose patients to the risk of serious bodily harm, as that would be contemplated by the Regulated Health Professions Act. And then finally, the staff working group considered that certain of these intraoral procedures are actually individual steps in a sequence of steps in order to deliver a dental service. So for example, the particular intraoral procedure of fabricating a temporary crown follows the preparation of a tooth for that crown and is then followed then by the cementation of that temporary crown by a dentist. And therefore, a balance must be struck here to ensure that certain of these intraoral procedures are performed safely and competently so that the next step in that sequence can proceed appropriately. Next slide, please. Here we try to identify for you key changes that were made to the draft document that was circulated. And if you turn to Appendix B, where you have the revised draft document, the standard of practice in your materials, you'll see that we have highlighted or grayed out certain text. And these are specific changes that were made by the working group so that you can see how and where they appear. So as was recommended, the document has been rebranded as a standard of practice. And of course, Council knows that this actually was one of the project plans and one of the key projects for the college to review and update all of its documents and to brand them as standards of practice. In addition, and in particular to address one of the comments from the dental hygienist, the introduction has been revised to emphasize the team approach to the delivery of dental services, that in fact we work in collaboration and under a dentist direction to achieve a common goal, and that is the provision of high quality oral health care to our patients. But it's delivered as a team, and that team has to have direction from a leader. Clarification has been provided regarding the level of supervision that would be expected of a dentist for each of the intraoral procedures and for all of the team members, and you'll see that throughout the document. In fact, it was a deliberate action on our part when we circulated the draft guidelines to leave the level of supervision a little bit vague in order for dentists and stakeholders to weigh in as to what they believe the appropriate level of supervision was required. And we have then revised the document to take that into account. As you will see, of course, we also did expand, as was recommended, the use of digital and optical methods for taking impressions, as well as the taking of extraoral and intraoral photographs. And then finally, for clarity and convenience, the working group felt that it would be beneficial to produce a summary chart of the intraoral procedures that would describe the level of supervision that would be expected dependent upon who was performing it and what the intraoral procedure is. And that summary chart appears at Appendix 3 of the revised draft standard. Next slide, please. This matter is now being returned to Council for its consideration following the review of the revised document by the QA committee at the August meeting. The committee did review the revised document and unanimously passed a motion to make the recommendation that appears on your slide for Council's consideration. Before we get to that, however, I would like to point out one typographical error that appears in the proposed standard, and you will see it at page 219 of your materials, or on page 6 of the proposed standard. In the paragraph, and I'm sorry that I'm bringing this to the attention of council so late, but I only discovered it 2 days ago, as the document was being prepared for posting on the website in the anticipation that council may see fit to give it final approval. In the paragraph related to intraoral procedures that may be performed by a level 2 dental assistant who has successfully completed a supplemental course in orthodontic procedures, in that paragraph, it refers to 5 intraoral procedures, but of course, that is then followed by 4 intraoral procedures. So the 5 is a typographical error that should actually state 4. My apologies for not discovering that earlier. So subject to that one correction of a typographical error, the recommendation, the unanimous recommendation from the QA committee is for council's consideration.
So thank you so much, Michael and David. We're going to open the floor up to questions, and I see Osama has a question. Osama, please.
So just to clarify, so basically level 2 dental assistants can now place attachments for orthodontists. Is that in orthodontic offices? Is that an update in this?
Yes, that was, thank you for the question, Osama. That was a recommendation that was made by one of the respondents to the circulation. The working group did agree that that was consistent with the direction of the previous ad hoc committee, and that it should be included. But I would clarify that is a procedure that would be possible for a level 2 dental assistant that has successfully completed the supplemental course in orthodontic procedures.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I will move to motion number 11. And that motion is that council approve the proposed standard of practice on the performance of intraoral procedures that are not controlled acts by preventive dental assistants, level 2 dental assistants, and registered dental hygienists as set out in Appendix B, and council direct that it be posted on the college's website. May I have a mover, please?
I so move.
Mark Eckler, and then I see Harinder. Any further discussion on that? All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? And that is carried. We've had a busy morning so far. I was thinking if we take a half-hour lunch break now and then we can resume. How does everybody feel about that? Good? Okay, so it's now 12:05. 12:35, if we can be back at 12:35. And as a reminder, please turn your microphone off and have your camera off, and we will see you back at 12:35. And for those joining us, we will be stopping the live stream for lunch, but we will resume at 12:35. Thank you, everyone. So it's 12:35 on my screen.
There.
And I want to welcome everyone back. Hope you had a nice lunch. We will be moving on to the International Trade Committee found on page 242 of your materials. And this is, council is being asked to consider a proposal to disband the International Trade Committee. This is a standing committee of the college. The committee was not populated in the January 2021 council turnover at the request of the nominating committee. So council is being asked to consider disbanding the International Trade Committee because it has met infrequently over the last few years When it has met, the focus of those meetings has been monitoring external issues, and the nature of the issues considered by the International Trade Committee are directly relevant to the Registration Committee. So the proposal for Council's decision today is included in your materials. The Executive Committee supports this proposal that Council consider it. The bylaw amendment required to disband the International Trade Committee will be developed and come back to Council. So we have a motion, but before I get there, are there any clarification questions from members? Okay, so seeing none, I will have motion number 12 on the screen. Oh, Ram, did you have a question?
No, I move.
Oh, okay, you move. Okay. That
I'll second it, Sandy.
Thank you. So that Council supports the decision to disband the International Trade Committee by way of amendment to bylaw 4.15. That's moved by Ram and seconded by Brian. Any discussion on that? All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? And that is carried. Thank you. Next item is advertising. That's on page 246. And Council is being asked to consider adopting a risk-based approach to advertising. And we are being asked for its direction on a strategic approach to advertising. Andrea will give a short presentation. Andrea, over to you.
Thank you, Sandy. I have a couple of slides for Council just to support your discussions. So we'll just have those come up. Thank you, Angelo. If we could move to the first slide, Angelo, please. So Council knows, and you'll see in your briefing note, that the college has had and does have practice advisory documents on both professional advertising and the practice names issue. Over the course of this past year, we've had occasion to take a look at how we're managing the queries associated with each of these topics. So these are instances where dentists or the public contact the college looking for direction. And the results of that data, our experience to date, really led to the development of the briefing note that you have in your package and the question before you today. So if we could just move to so we took a look at data. As you know, Council, in terms of our strategic plan, we're really looking to rely on data as much as we can. And you have here on the screen a summary of what's in your briefing note. And so you can see here the volume of information and the volume of contact coming to the college on both of these issues is quite high. This is over a 1-year period. And the amount of time being spent is also quite high. That in itself isn't an issue. I mean, of course, if there's questions, that's what the college is here to respond to. What led to the development of this analysis, though, is the nature of the issues. What types of things are coming to the college? What are the underlying issues? And what we're finding, and you see in your package, is that speaking specifically about professional advertising, a lot of the queries that come in to our practice advisory service in our quality assurance department really don't have a relationship to the public interest, don't speak to issues of harm. What they tend to be, more often than not, is dentists calling about the practices of other dentists. And you can see, and you'll recall from Carlos's presentation this morning, there's a relationship to what Carlos was saying in terms of the competition being felt between practices. We're really seeing that bear out in the nature of the queries we get around advertising, where it's sort of one practice, sort of blowing the whistle, if you will, on another practice for the reasons of generally getting a business advantage, or because they feel another practice has a business advantage. Angela, if you could move to the next slide. we wanted to just look at what types of things are ICRC seeing. So the last slide talked about data in terms of, what queries are we getting? We wanted to really look at, though, how often and in what ways are those translating into matters that come before the ICRC? And as a quick reminder, we're talking then about public complaints or matters that are registrar's investigations. We're seeing, as you can see here, a small number of matters coming to our ICRC panels in 2020, a total of 25 related to advertising and practice names. And you can see here in aggregate, the majority of those issues, 20 of the 25, were found to have no action and were frivolous and vexatious. And the reason that's relevant and the reason that we've highlighted it here is just to paint the picture for you of the nature of the issues that we're seeing. Of course, any matters that are complaints or registrar's investigations will continue to go to ICRC. But what it tells us, what this data tells us, is that a lot of the queries that we are getting don't rise to this level. They don't have matters that are really speaking to risks to the public. If you could go to the next slide, Angelo. So it brings us to the nature of the proposal that's in front of you. As we were looking through this data, and I just want to acknowledge Jean Hopkins, who's an analyst in the Office of the Registrar. She's put together this analysis. And as Jean was looking at it, we were really struck by, as Council knows, one of the pillars for our strategic plan is a risk-based approach. It's a best practice in regulation, and we see it woven throughout the college performance measurement framework. What we have seen, though, is as I've mentioned, the queries we're seeing with respect to advertising and practice names are rarely high risk. They're typically driven by, as I mentioned, this sort of dentist to dentist competition. If we could just move to the next. So bringing us to the proposal, what's in front of you? We've put together a two-phased approach to help us manage and look at the nature of how the college is interacting with advertising issues. You've got detail in your briefing note, but just very briefly, I want to sort of provide some highlights. The first phase is really focused in on discreetly, how is PAS, our practice advisors, how will they engage with queries on advertising? What we want to do, and this is in a lot of ways, it's an operational issue, but because we felt it was important to bring it before council to get your feedback. What we want to do is set up our practice advisors with a way to discern, what queries really do pose some risks to the public, and of course they will engage with those. They will proceed to provide support. But in those instances where it's truly sort of one dentist blowing the whistle and another, and there's no implication for the public interest and no sense of risk, we want to be able to give them some tools to reduce the amount of time they're spending on those queries. So to be very clear, phase one is just about providing some tools to our practice advisors to help them determine the best way to respond to queries so that we're being efficient, we're being risk focused. Okay, nothing about the existing practice advisories will change. Those remain in effect, as do the provisions in the professional misconduct reg. The only thing that's changing is how PAS responds to queries. Phase two is really having us engage in some further analysis about the college's approach in general to advertising and practice names. Many of you know, and we've acknowledged in the briefing note, advertising is something that the college has looked at for some time. There's been some recent work done in, I think it was 2017, but a lot of the approaches and the practice advisories are out of date now, and we want to take the opportunity to take a look at those and really think critically about what's the best involvement in this issue for the college. What makes sense, knowing that we're trying to be risk-based, and that's our focus. So phase two is just about us at the staff level engaging in some analysis and research, thinking about how we can modernize our approach, and then coming back to both the executive committee and council with some proposals for how to move forward. We just move to the next. Again, I mentioned this a second ago, but I just want to be crystal clear. What we're talking about in this proposal will not change the status quo in terms of the practice advisories. So the rules for dentists do not change. The practice advisories remain in effect, so do the regulations. Additionally, our 2 tools for enforcement remain in place. So of course, the college is obliged, as you know, to investigate complaints. That will continue. This proposal doesn't change that. So any complaints we receive will be investigated. And certainly anytime the college gets concerning information, that can go forward to the registrar for consideration of an investigation under Section 75(1)A of the RHPA. Again, nothing in this proposal changes that. That will continue. And so what's next? Well, after we get direction from council today, what we will do, if you support the proposal that we've put in front of you, what we will do is start and focus our attention first on implementing phase 1. This will involve, at the staff level, developing a risk-based tool for our practice advisors to help them respond to advertising queries. And we'll collaborate with communications to develop some materials for the profession to let them know that this is the approach we're taking. I'll just pause here, by the way, to also say that a risk-based approach for our strategic plan has been implemented in a variety of college departments. So many of you will be familiar with the fact that we've got various tools at the staff level to engage in college work in a risk-based manner. So this is extending it to PAS. And then certainly once that's complete, we at the staff level will begin doing some research and analysis for phase 2 of the proposal, this ongoing analysis and modernization of advertising. Certainly the results of that and options for proceeding will come back to you for direction. So that brings us to what we're looking from you today. It's a decision. Do you support the 2-phased approach? This did go forward to the executive committee and they were in favor of proceeding this way. So we're looking for council's direction as well. So I'll leave it at that, Sandy, and turn it back to you.
Thank you so much, Andrea. We have a question from Osama. Go ahead, Osama.
Thank you for that, Andrea. As usual, it's very succinct and very clear. I wanted to ask a couple. So I actually like the 2-phased approach. I think it's a really good idea. I'm definitely in favor of it. One of the things actually that I always felt was very interesting was, and this is actually personal for me too, is with the marketing or the advertising around oral surgeon, the word surgeon in dentistry, it's actually, I find that it's a very complicated and can be kind of misunderstood by a lot of patients. I'll give you an example, and this may be more for phase 2 than phase 1, in terms of how to kind of specify this. But think of this, the degree. So it's a DDS, a Doctor of Dental Surgery, right? And so dentists can actually call themselves oral surgeons in many regards, and patients can't sometimes decipher between an oral surgeon and a dental surgeon or Doctor of Dental Surgeon, so an actual specialist, or a periodontist who's an actual surgeon, so a periodontal surgeon. So I think one of the marketing or advertising components to this that we should really think about in terms of delineating specialty services, and because it's very difficult, right, to know what the implants, dentists place implants, oral surgeons place implants, periodontal surgeons place implants. So it can get very complicated for patients in terms of what they're who's actually treating them. And so I think that is actually a very big thing that we really need to focus on, especially in Ontario. And going back to our presentation earlier today, especially with increasing competition between dentists, sometimes it is intentionally or maybe not intentionally, the waters might be kind of clouded a little bit with that so I just wanted to kind of bring, it's more of a comment really, I wanted to bring that to your attention. I think that I love the phase 1, phase 2 idea. I think obviously you have to optimize the way things are being done now and how you can answer questions. And I think, yeah, 80% of, it says 20 to 25 are more frivolous, but that's still 20%. And then I think going forward in the future, just with regards to specifying what a surgeon really is, a specialist, surgeon, periodontal surgeon specialist, oral surgeon specialist, and in context related to the dental surgeon, okay, who's the general practitioner. Thank
you very much for that, Osama. I appreciate it. And I think you're right. I think that some of the issues that you've mentioned about surgeon and the other specialists, I think that would fit really nicely into the phase 2. There are some provisions in the misconduct reg that speak to when and in what instances dentists can advertise a specialty and use a term denoting specialization. But certainly, I've jotted down your comments, and we can definitely take those into account and think about that a lot when we're bringing back options to council. So thanks so much for that.
Thank you. We will move on now to Peter.
Hello, Andrea had a question. Of those 25 initial complaints, you said 5 or 20 of them were trivial. So that left 5 of them, obviously, that were not trivial. How does your new approach, how does it save money and save time for the college? Or does it do that?
Well, I don't have, so let me take a step back. The proposal that we're talking about is really focused on how our practice advisors are responding to queries. So the biggest savings and change that I would expect to see, and the reason that we're proposing it, is to really save the advisors time so that they can get to other queries that do have impact on patient issues that are of import. It saves multiple emails and calls back. A lot of time with these advertising queries, our practice advisors who are practicing dentists, like not all of them are in active practice, but they're dentists. They're spending their time, a ton of time, as you saw in the materials and on the deck, really going almost down a rabbit hole of, dentist A says, XYZ about dentist B, and then they call dentist B, and then dentist B said, oh, well, if you think that's bad, think about what dentist A is doing. And it's really embroiling the college into sort of disputes between practices that are really driven by, as I mentioned, sort of professional business interests. So what I would expect we would see with this proposal is it's putting to better use the time of our professional staff. It's focusing college time and resources on issues that matter the most and that are strategically the most important for the college and that align with our mandate. That may not necessarily result in a change to the ICRC. The ICRC responds, as you know, to public complaints. They look at public complaints and they look at registrars' investigations. So of course, the existing criteria for what goes to an ICRC panel isn't going to change. What we're talking about is our practice advisor time. So that's where I see that we're going to get the benefit here. And it's really about the best use of our professional staff's time and energies so that they can focus on a range of things. This is the same group, I'll just note. This is the group that's been leading the response to all of the COVID queries. So this is a busy department. We want to maximize their time so we can support the public and dentists.
Thank you. I have on the list Mark Eckler and Jack, but before I get to them, I just want to ask the public members if you would have some insights as well, because I'd like to hear from a public member perspective. So David Bishop, will put you on the list after Jack. So Mark Eckler, please.
Sure. Thank you very much for the presentation. Excellent. I'm personally, like Osama, in favor of the 2-phase approach. One comment, as long as during phase 1 that practicing dentists are not left out, in the lurch, and they still have an avenue to seek some sort of advisory to make sure they're not in violation of any guidelines. One, and further comment to the modernization of advertising guidelines. I look forward to a more practical approach than what I think is in existence now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Moving on to Jack.
Thanks, Andre, for the presentation. And yes, I'm totally in favor of a risk-based approach. It makes sense, and the phases obviously make sense. What I question about is 10 phone calls up to an hour in duration per week. That's an awful lot. You know, there's a lot of communication on the phone. I'm sure there's back and forth between the PAS and so on. Are you anticipating a template? I know you're trying to reduce the staff time, but for the complainant, for the dentist, so that the template is a risk-based template with on it is very simplified. What kind of advertising? Is it a name? Is it, what define the problem, and also define how there's harm to the public. In other words, it'd be nice to have a screening mechanism by email. Now, this may not be the case for a public phoning in, because I think the public is different. But since the overwhelming numbers of people complaining are dentists, are members, I think it's best to have a template that is specific, that your staff can look at and decide, screening very, very quickly, whether it's a problem, should it go to complaint, should it not, and then address it probably by email. An answer could be done quite quickly.
Thanks for that, Jack. I think it's a good idea, and we can certainly, I've jotted it down, we can certainly take that away. I think that, yeah, what we are after is equipping our advisors with a way to assess the query and what's the best way to respond. Just to be clear, though, the advisors wouldn't work with the public, and in terms of a complaint. If a complaint is being made, that would go to our triage team, intake team in PCRA. But definitely, as I mentioned in the note, and Jean has set out in the note, the intention is to do a risk-based tool. So yes, we will take your comments about a template on board for sure. Thank you for that.
And just to add to that, I got a comment from Nancy that triaging via template that's been filled out. That's good.
Okay.
So moving on to David Bishop.
My comment was basically, have we ever put together, based on years of experience of where, hey, this is not the way you advertise yourself, put together a small guideline to go out to a dentist that they could say, oh, you can't do this, and you should, if you're wanting to say something like this, this might be your guideline. And the template could be there for people to use based on the experience of the college over the years.
Thank you, David. We do have, just as a reminder, we do have currently 2 documents, one on professional advertising and one on practice names, they're practice advisory. So they do set out what are the requirements and the rules for dentists that exists today. What we can look at, though, in phase 2 of the work is really take a look at those documents with the lens of, are we communicating as effectively as we could be? Is there a different way and a different strategy that we could use to approach that? For example, do we want to give examples? Do we want to offer some other supports? Those are all things that we can take a look at in terms of the phase 2 and come back. But I did just want to clarify, we do have supporting documents currently in place. They have been in place for some time. So those exist, and those will continue to be in force until we make a change and council directs us to make a change.
Andrea, just for the follow-up, most of the complaints about exaggerated competencies of a dental practitioner, would that be the kind that has come before the committees, or other dentists have complained about a colleague exaggerating what they could do? Is that been one of the most common problems?
Well, what we're seeing in terms of the queries that come to the practice advisory service, to the best of my knowledge, I don't have all the data in front of me in terms of the discrete queries, but my understanding is that one issue that tends to come up a lot is this notion that practices are trying to denote superiority as a way to attract patients. It's something that's prohibited in the regulation and the practice advisory. But I would say superiority would be one. Another issue that comes up a lot is the use of superlatives. Again, this notion of trying to attract patients to offices. Those are definitely, I think, the top two of the most common examples that we see.
Thank you. David, does that answer your question?
Yeah, just a little follow-up. So if a dentist says free whitening with your coming into the practice as a new patient, is that, just for example, is that okay?
It's a bit of a complicated thing, David, because there's a lot of different, and I don't know, Sandy, you can direct me. It's a little bit hard to provide you with on the fly, like what's compliant and what's not compliant. There are prohibitions against offering incentives and giveaways. There's also some provisions that we'd have to look at in terms of just what's professional misconduct more broadly. So, it's, this is exactly, the practice advisors would be able to explain what's permitted and not permitted, and that will continue, David. But yeah, so I think in many instances, if it's an incentive, if it's considered an incentive, no, there's a prohibition against offering an incentive.
Yeah, I think we're now going beyond the scope of what this motion is before us. And
yes, thank you.
So I have a final comment from Nancy, maybe a YouTube video for members, just a thought, like guidance for our members. And then Ellie Fisher also has, many of the guidelines are long and time consuming to read. Would it be possible to send a summary of the salient points to the dentist so they can get a snapshot of the do's and don'ts?
Both really great suggestions, and I'll just comment for council's benefit. We are actively looking at, not just for advertising, but I think in general for the college standards, we're really actively looking at how best we can communicate the expectations. I agree that many of the guidelines and standards are very long. They're very detailed. They're very dense. There's a lot of hard work that goes into those. Yeah, I think there's a lot of different tools that we can try, whether it's supplemental documents like Q&As, whether it's, YouTube is a really interesting option. So those are things that we're considering more broadly, but we will definitely consider with respect to advertising.
And you touched upon, Jamie Colliver made a comment, would a Q&A work in such advisory documents, which you just touched upon. So yeah. I thank everyone for contributing. We are going to move on to the motion now, which is motion number 13. That council approves of the proposal as set out in this briefing note. Phase 1, adopt a risk-based approach to responding to advertising queries, September 2021. Phase 2, engage in further analysis to develop a modernized approach to professional advertising and practice needs. May I have a mover, please?
So I'll move.
Brian, David Bishop, and then I saw Brian Smith had his hand up. Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay. Any opposed? Any abstentions? And that is carried. Thank you so much, Andrea. Now we are at item on page 255, which is prep time for ICRC meetings. So council is asked for its direction on a strategy to support continuous quality improvement in PCRA, most notably to address the current backlog of cases and timelines. Council will remember that the college committed to working on this issue as part of our CPMF report. So what is before you today is just a small element of a broader strategy to revise PCRA processes. And I will ask Dan to take us through the proposal. Dan?
Thank you, Sandy. I'll just say a couple of words and try to direct you to the right places in the attached materials. First, I just want to ensure that you're all familiar with the terminology. Reports that go to the committee, ICRC, are generally in two forms. One would be from a patient complaint or a public complaint, and the other would be a registrar's investigation. So there are different types of reports, but ICRC has responsibility to review all of them. As Sandy said, in terms of the why, I commented this morning, and you'll hear more from Jillian, there is a backlog. We have a risk because there are cases that are aged, and we have timelines that are quite high. And so we are dealing with that in a variety of ways. One of the main sources, not the only, but one of the main sources of the backlog is scheduling for ICRC panels. We have a finite number of panels. I believe there are 13, and they can only meet a certain number of times per year, or at least they're meeting in terms of the budget that has been put together. So there are several process changes, and Sandy referred to this as well, that are being deployed across the department, both at the staff level and at the committee level. And this particular piece relates to the work that is being asked by the RCRC to do. So it's generally related to panel members preparing for more cases per meeting, so going up from 8 new cases to 10 new cases per meeting, and for the chairs of the panels to review decisions that are written as a result of those cases outside of the actual meeting. And those were typically reviewed by the full panel, and this is a process that's going to have the chair review those. So I want to give you a couple of cautions before you look at the motion and consider the prep time issue. The first caution is, I know it's tempting to really think about process issues. We're not here today to solve process issues. I really have to ask for your indulgence in terms of focusing on the question before you about preparation time. The processes are being implemented by the leadership of PCRA. There's a lot of consideration that's gone into them and will continue. And there's a lot of monitoring and evaluation that are happening, and the process changes are integrated with each other. So I know that it's tempting to sort of look at and maybe comment on some of the process changes, but I would just ask for that to happen at the ICRC and the PCRA level. The second caution that I want to make, and it was touched on this morning, it relates to this prep time recommendation or issue is only related to professional members, dentist members of the committee. And I really want to say and just reiterate that the college and the president and myself and all members of the organization, both at the governance and the staff level, 100% and completely support the invaluable work and contributions of our public members. But we are in one of those unenviable positions that we have no authority over the per diem amounts or what's paid to the public members. There's legislative language that states the government is responsible for that. There are prior messages from government, and we really, we can continue to advocate for changes, but at this council level, there is no authority to make those changes or to pay public members over and above those going rates. So I wanted to put those two cautions out there. What are we talking about today? Well, there are two considerations. The first is additional prep time for up to 1/2 day for ICRC panel members in preparing for additional cases for a full day panel agenda. So the proposal would be to go from 2 days of prep time up to 2.5 days of prep time for time spent. Not automatic, but whatever time is spent up to 2.5 days. So it would increase by a 1/2 day for the actual review of the cases. The second consideration is additional preparation time of up to 1/2 day for the chairs of panels who would be, I think it's 1 day for the chairs of panels who would be reviewing decisions that need to be finalized. So those are the two considerations. Before I turn it back to the chair, the president, there were several options that were explored in looking at how to do this. We looked at having payments being approved individually by the finance committee or the executive committee. We looked at writing different policies and how the bylaws would or would not enable that. We looked at the existing bylaw language, and several of those options had to be ruled out. We worked with our external general counsel on this. And so for a variety of those reasons, the most efficient and effective recommendation is before you today, and that's to create a single bylaw addition that is found on page 257 underneath the Executive Committee recommendation. It states the new article will read, and it creates a new section of the bylaw. And so if you want to see the bylaw and the positioning of that particular new section, that's on page 262. And that will enable, through bylaw, the Executive Committee to make time-limited policies to address ICRC remuneration during this time of transition and change. So it will avoid the need for putting something permanent when we may change processes down the road. And there will be an automatic expiry of the bylaw. It will not live in perpetuity in that section. If you endorse this, then we will be able to make that bylaw change and create a policy through the Executive Committee. So you have the briefing note before you, you have the existing bylaws and the proposed changes, and I will turn it back over to the President. And I also have Jillian Slaughter here if you have any questions that I'm not able to answer.
Thank you, Dan. So do we have any clarifying questions for Dan before I read? I will not read the whole motion, but based on what he said in terms of adding from 2 days going to 2.5 days to review the cases and up to a maximum of 1 day for chairs to review decisions. So that's what we are being asked to vote on. Any clarifying questions on that? Mark Eckler?
Dan, you mentioned that it's time limited. What is the limit?
So the way that the bylaw will be worded is that a policy can be created, and Alan Bromstein can help me out if I misstate. A policy will be created, and the expiry of that policy will be either the date that is stated in the policy, or December 31st of the year in which the policy is approved, the earlier of those two dates. So it has an automatic expiry. But it also has the ability for the Executive Committee to renew it if there are still cases that require more committee and panel meetings and so on. But it will not live in perpetuity. And Alan, if I've misstated something, please jump in.
No, you've been totally accurate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yeah.
Oh, Graham?
Yeah, it's something a little different. Dan, you're right. You have very little jurisdiction to impact, the public members with respect to their compensation and all. But one thing, like public members do take a lot more time to review cases as compared to dentist members on an ICRC panel. So one thing I was suggesting, if that can be possible, when the coordinators send their attendance report to the ministry and a copy comes to us, if there can be a mention of, the dentist members have taken, say, 2 days of preparation.
Did we lose Ram?
I think so. I don't see him on the screen.
Yeah.
So I know he didn't have a chance to fully describe his question. I wanted to also say to council, and I meant to say this before in my preamble, after you consider this before you today, if you decide to make some changes, between the president and I, we will be making a further gesture to the government to ask for further consideration of preparation time for public members on ICRC. I can't tell you what the result of that will be, but we want to make sure that we're at least attempting as strongly as possible to say that there is a consideration for professional members and it needs to be similar with public members. So I don't know if that's fully Ram's question, but that is something that I meant to mention to you.
Thank you, Dan. I have Judy next, and then Joseph Richards, and then David Bishop.
Yeah, I guess that I'm just a little concerned about the vagueness of the wording. And I understand you're trying to make it something that doesn't have to come back to council, but the explanatory note under the suggested wording for the motion is helpful, but that's not going to be in the bylaw. So I'm just wondering if there's any, and maybe Alan can tell us if there's any way to tighten this up, because I'm not really comfortable with the vagueness and the lack of clarity.
Thank you, Judy. Alan or Dan?
Well, I think what you're saying is you're uncomfortable giving the executive committee, and correct me if I'm wrong, Judy, you're uncomfortable giving the executive committee the authority. If that's what you mean by it being vague, yes, you are giving the executive committee the authority to implement this policy, which will result in certain additional per diems being paid to certain people in the ICRC. That's what's being sought, as opposed to something that would be more permanent in the bylaws that would need a 2/3 majority to remove it and another 2/3 to put it back in, and so on. So this was a measure that was felt was needed by the executive committee to address what they consider an extraordinary time, and one that they hope will not repeat itself. And so it was done in this particular way, hoping the council would feel comfortable giving them the authority to make that determination, i.e. the determination whether the policy needed to be implemented. And, you know, that if it is implemented, of course, council still controls the right to remove that policy, again, by amending the bylaws, by saying, okay, we're going to delete that policy. We don't want it anymore. So it still is in control of the council ultimately.
Well, it's in the control of the council, but only if somebody on council thinks to ask to bring it back. And really, I think that's not going to happen. I mean, I would prefer to see the language tightened up. And if we have to vote every so often on a new authority, then fine. But I'm never comfortable with bylaws that give blanket authority to an executive.
Well, I
think it's an overreach.
Yeah, if I could say two things. Number one, the executive committee would have to report to council that they had passed this policy. So this isn't going to be done other than in a
Does the bylaw say that?
Governance says that when the executive committee takes action in accordance with this article, the executive committee would have to report that it's done that. That's what they'd have to do, and that's what they've always have done. It would be for information, but if council was upset about the use of the authority, then council could then deal with that. Number two, the executive committee, except for the introduction of regulations or the passage of bylaws, has the authority in cases where it considers urgent to actually act on behalf of council. So it has a much greater authority that it could utilize. It couldn't utilize it in this particular case because historically per diems have been controlled by bylaws. I can't tell you why they have been, but they have been. And I've actually spoken to the registrar at some point in time of whether per diems should really be controlled by bylaws at all. But they're in the bylaws now. So the only way to affect the change that was being sought to deal with this extraordinary circumstance was with the motion or the bylaw amendment that was prepared by our firm for your consideration.
I think Dan wanted to weigh in on that.
Very quickly, and I think, Judy, the approach that I've been taking and that the president has been taking over the past year is to provide a lot of information from the executive to council. And this would absolutely be one of those areas that we are continuing to communicate with council about what the policy says. So that's just a practice, if that it has any weight with you. I think also the motion before you To me, it is fairly specific. It's speaking to the executive committee approving a policy, authorizing, and then listing the two areas. And so I think it does provide at least some specificity, maybe perhaps not as much as you're looking for, but it's not looking to have a carte blanche for executive committee to create a policy. And then, with respect to Alan's comments, there already are provisions for executive committee to act in between council meetings. So I think there's a lot of mechanisms and safeguards that might address at least some of your comments or concerns.
Can I just add one thing? Just add one thing before you respond, Judy, that the motion itself does require the executive committee to determine that the workload or expected workload of panels of the ICRC is significantly greater than otherwise expected. Unless they make that determination, they don't have the authority to introduce the additional per diems.
No, you know what? I understand everything that you're saying, but it's just me. I'm somebody who doesn't, I just don't, I don't like to see that kind of vagueness in bylaws in particular, not because I have an issue of trust with anybody on the executive here, but because you don't implement policy and changes to for your best case scenario. You implement them for your worst case scenario, hopefully in advance. And so, it's not something I can support, but I could certainly understand others supporting it.
Thank you, Judy. Joseph Richards.
Yeah, following up on that, I'm just wondering, and perhaps Alan can clarify, this determination by the executive committee, would that be by simple majority? And is there a possibility to require 2/3 of the executive committee to support that, implementing that provision?
As the motion reads now, it requires a simple majority of the executive committee. I don't think we have anything that I can think of which requires a more than a majority vote of the executive committee. The executive committee function, and all committees, I think, other than council, function solely on the basis of a majority vote. If you're asking whether it could be amended to read in a way that would limit it to decisions where a unanimous decision of the executive committee, sure, we could easily make that change by way of a motion to amend it. I wouldn't want to say 2/3 because the difficulty is who shows up for any particular event, any particular meeting.
Oh, well, I would tend to favor that type of amendment, or to require unanimity in the executive committee, particularly because you have public members as well. So, in theory, you could have 3 persons who are professional members supporting it, and then you have 2 public members who may be opposed to it. And I think it's important to have public members supporting that if it was ever to be implemented.
Well, you certainly could seek a friendly amendment to add words such as by unanimous agreement of the members of the executive committee. So you could say, if you wanted to ask for a friendly amendment that said, notwithstanding Article 10.3.3, where the executive committee determines by unanimous vote of the members of the executive committee that the workload or expected workload of panels, and then the rest reads the same.
Yes, I would seek that friendly amendment.
I'll second it.
I will put that out there when I read the motion. And we have David Bishop and then Vivian.
Okay, just from the public point of view, if the panel is running for 2.5 days, what support will the college give public members? Because the government is notorious for saying, oh, we're only going to allow you 1 day prep for a 1-day meeting. And if we're running 2.5 days, or even quite regularly 2 days, it seems a little unfair that the government can arbitrarily not allow you to claim the amount of time you had to put in. And to Ram's point, I know what he was going to say is that because the public members are not because they're not dentists, it takes longer to review some of these cases to try and sort out the technical dental questions that are being raised or questioned. So that's my only comment.
I think, Dan, did you want to respond to that?
Well, I'm sorry that this is turning into public versus professional, because that's not the spirit. I mean, certainly if we could change by snapping our fingers the remuneration for public members, you want to believe we will do that. But what we're trying to do is really create a system that allows us to get through the risk that we have as a college, and how we do that. This is one proposal for that. So, you know, to David and Judy and Joseph, I mean, absolutely, we will do what we can to provide information to the ministry so that they know the kind of work that's going into ICRC and any other part of the college activities. Unfortunately, I've been around in this sector for a long enough time that has had a lot of advocacy by many colleges and has not moved. So we will continue to try, but I really want to come back to the, you know, the part of the issue that relates to the risk that we're trying to mitigate, the way that we're trying to do that, the remuneration that would go along with that. And unfortunately, in the current environment, we have to focus only on the profession because we have no authority and limitations and prohibitions on what we can do with the public members.
If I could just say that, to be clear, it's not because I'm a public member that I feel this way. This is from a governance perspective in my
I understand.
Yeah.
So we'll have final two comments, Vivian and then Jack. Oh, and then Ram.
Hi, I'm just wondering if there's any consistency as to public or members reading the draft decision, because I sit on 3 panels. So right now there are 2 where the draft decisions are still being sent to the panels. And to the extent about the compensation for public members, would the college consider non-monetary compensation?
I want to interject here. I think we keep going away from what the topic is. We can take that back. I think you're asking a process question and then you're asking a compensation question, correct?
Yeah, just one more question about having the executive pass these decisions along the way. How often will they be meeting?
My understanding, this is just a policy right now to deal with this backlog that hopefully can be resolved by the end of December. And what the motion before you is to allow the executive to have the ability to develop this policy with a timeline that we can remove it when we no longer need to deal with this backlog of cases. Dan, did I capture that correctly?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, you know, it's a backlog that won't live forever. It's a backlog that will, with committee members already doing this work. So just to be clear, like this is already going on because we know we're running some risks in terms of that, you know, the cases and the age of those cases. I'm not sure, Vivian, were you asking about the executive committee? And
yes.
I mean, executive committee is meeting probably 6 times a year. So I believe, and somebody can correct me, we probably have, executive committee probably has 2 more meetings this calendar year. So, I mean, I think it's perfectly reasonable to provide the council with the policy that the exec develops, and to also provide council with a report after the end of the year to say, here's the current status. This is what's happened with the backlog. This is how far along we are. This is where we still do not need the policy. I have no problem providing council with that kind of reporting as we move into early next year.
And then Vivian, to address your question about process, would that be okay if we then punt it to Jillian and then she can get back to you on that item? Would that be okay?
Sure, thank you.
Jack?
I just thank everybody for their comments. And as chair of the ICRC, I know I've spoken to Jillian and other lawyers and on the ICRC, and it's a problem. It really is a problem. We have a backlog right now, roughly of 250 cases. Hopefully by early next year, that'll be dissolved and we'll be on our way. This is a temporary measure. I know there's a thorn in the side for the public members. Nobody works harder than a public member. And Ram, I know how hard you work. Ellie, Vivian, and the other public members. It's hard to understand dentistry, and the readings are always more difficult. And I know we've petitioned the government, or at least the executive has, for higher compensation. I know I've personally talked to Jillian and by way of Dan. We cannot, unfortunately, pay more from the college. We're just barred from that. And Alan, you might be able to mention that. It's just not there in the bylaws. So I would love to give an extra day or half a day to the public members at the current rate. Unfortunately, it just can't happen. Maybe we can figure out a way down the road, but a thank you goes a long way, I know. And I thank you all for your support, especially the public members, for doing the work, because we've been excellent. The panels have been excellent. The committees have been great and strong. I appreciate that. We all do. And the public appreciates it too.
Alan, did you want to weigh in on that piece, please?
Just, yeah, I understand what Jack was saying, but it's not a bylaw problem. I think Jack referenced the bylaws. It's not a bylaw problem. It's a legislation problem. And it's a problem that the government believes that if the colleges were to give money or pay money, even money for services well delivered to an RHP college, those public members would be in a conflict of interest. That's been the government's position from day one. And I believe this college and other colleges have requested specifically the ability to pay public members directly, and the governments have historically refused that. So,
and I just want to echo before we get to RAM, the value that the public members bring. I mean, I'm so grateful. So many perspectives, I like the skill set and the work that you do, the dedication. It does not go unnoticed. And I want to thank you. I know thanking you is not enough, because at the end of the day, we are tied, but know that it's on our radar how we can say thank you to you. Ram?
Yeah, sorry, because of the technical problem, I got cut off. We do get some preparation day for the ICRC cases, but they have a different scale. But what I was suggesting, Dan, is when the coordinators send a report to the ministry and a copy to us, if they can mention that, say, 2 days prep taken for dentist members, that will support. It's easier for us to negotiate. Sometimes they question prep days, but if it is mentioned that 2 days are taken by the other members, that will help in dealing with this situation.
I'm sure that could be done. Dan, would that be an issue?
Ram, I will absolutely look into that. I don't know how those reports go to the government currently, but we'll see how we can provide that comparison.
And the last comment, Harinder.
Sandy, thank you very much. I just want to extend my appreciation to public members to the extent that I feel that if public members were not there with their input, our decisions will have no credibility. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like to put the motion on the screen, please. And there was a request to have an amendment to include language that it should be passed unanimously. So I will leave it up to Alan, but I will read this part, that council amend bylaw 10 as follows. I think it should be as amended, as set out in Appendix A of the briefing note. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but Alan, could we capture then as amended unanimously?
Well, then I would say as amended by adding the phrase
Okay,
by unanimous vote of its members.
okay,
And that's a quote, by unanimous vote of its members, end quote, after the word determines in the first line.
okay. So may I have a motion as to the amended motion? May I have a
Motion.
mover?
A motion, yeah. Firstly, if you want to do it formally, then it's a motion to amend the original motion.
Okay, so the motion to amend the original motion, I would need a mover, please.
I'll move that.
Okay, that's Joseph. Seconder,
Second, Madam Chair.
Brian.
Yep.
Any further discussion? Are we all in favor?
I just have one quick question to Alan before we move for this
Okay.
discussion. I'm in favor, but just have a question. I think I remember we tabled the previous one related to the council per diem. That was a bylaw 10. And we couldn't vote for everything else that wasn't bylaw 10 because we tabled to go back to the committee. This has nothing to do with it's still bylaw 10, but it has nothing to do, correct?
Correct. Yeah,
Thank you.
This can go forward the way it is too.
Great.
We would have had much more difficulty dealing with the last one that way because it was a motion to send it back.
Yep.
And there are other things that have to change in that bylaw if you were to take things out.
Okay,
So,
thank you. Sorry for asking this late stage, but I was just trying to process this in my mind, and thank you.
Osama, did you have a question? No? Okay. So all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That is carried. We will move on now to the discussion items. And first
Madam
up
Chair.
is, yes,
Sorry, Madam Chair. So you now have the motion amended, okay?
Okay.
You still have to now vote on the amended motion, and
Okay.
you'll need a 2/3 majority vote to pass it.
okay, thank you, Alan.
No problem.
So the amended motion is now before you. May I have please a mover for that? Ellie
So moved.
and Nalin? Any further discussion? All in favor? I believe there are more than 2/3 hands up. Any opposed? Any abstentions? So that is carried. Thank you, everyone. So council development starts on page 267. And the briefing note outlines different initiatives that the college has been undertaking to support council development. And you'll see those listed under the background section, along with some resources for council's review. So to support this item, we're going to have Eric Dessa, RCDSO data scientist, take us through a short presentation on a skills matrix that we've developed and that we self-reported on back in June. Understanding the diversity of our council members and the skills they bring to the RCDSO issues is an important part of council development. And Eric will provide a short glimpse at the data today, but there are other ways to examine the changing skills and expertise of council members over time. And this will be helpful in planning future education sessions and for the recruitment of professional and public members. So Eric, I will now turn it over to you.
Thanks very much, Sandy. I appreciate it. And good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for allowing me to participate in your session. Thanks very much for running through these slides as well. So as Sandy mentioned, I'm just going to be running through some of these slides briefly and leaving a little bit of time open for any discussion or questions and answers afterwards. So if we move on to the next slide, just to give a brief reminder to everyone, the council members were asked their level of knowledge and experience and expertise across 17 areas or domains. And the questions were asked via survey link back in July 2021. Moving on to the next slide. This is just an overview of the different areas that were asked. They range from the regulatory knowledge and experience, health and dentistry, risk management, and all the way to technology and cybersecurity. Quick note here, some of these areas, or actually almost all of these areas, could be broken down into further categories, but they were asked to be grouped together for the purpose of this survey. Moving on, just to give a brief overview, Once the survey results came in, everyone was de-identified and a randomized ID was given to every member. The results were converted from a categorical scale to a numeric format as listed here. So anyone who was who had listed a particular area with either a limited or basic knowledge, moderate knowledge, or considerable training or knowledge were given a value of 1, 2, 3, respectively. Additional demographic and respondent composition was also obtained, and thank you, Angie, for providing that additional information, and Alduin for all the work on the bridge to be able to pull a lot of that data too. We're going to be taking a very high-level approach to the analyses. And just to make a note, this was analyzed using a frequency distribution framework. No statistical analysis or statistical tests were applied. We don't have a set hypothesis in which we're trying to answer. It's really just looking at it from a descriptive perspective. As we move on, this first part is just going to be an overview of the council demographics and composition. So what you'll see in this next slide is that we have a breakdown in terms of the membership type, the sex and gender, and the dental specialty as well. Across the different areas. Just to note, there was, based off of the groupings that we found within our information, there is a 50-50 split between the general and the specialist categories for the dentist. Moving on, the years in practice for all the members on the council from what we were able to ascertain are given here. So we had we had 6 members who had 40 or more years of practice within the dental profession. Moving on to the next slide, we also gave a breakdown in terms of the graduation area, or the graduate level training of the dentists in terms of the International University of Toronto and University of Western Ontario. And we also provided a grouping for the year that the council members joined.
Eric, may I interrupt you for a minute? If people could please mute their microphone, because I'm hearing some background noise.
I will also note, sorry, I have a few neighbors in my area who are providing, so it could be on my end, and I do apologize. Right. There's a lot of construction, so if anyone has trouble hearing me or would like me to repeat myself, please just chime in, and I'd be happy to do so. I'm just making a quick note onto that bottom breakdown, the 2012 to 2017. We had smaller numbers there, so we decided to group everyone into a single category, just to give an overview of the number of years that they were on council. On the following slide, we give a breakdown in terms of the representation of the districts from where everyone is from. And for dentists, we use the primary practice address. For the public, we were trying to identify based off of the home or the workplace address that had been provided to the college when they joined. And there were 2 areas that we weren't able to completely identify. The next section, and I'm going to ask Angelo if you can hit the space bar as well, just to initiate the animation. Just want to highlight that in terms of the primary practice address, so the home address, just to make clear in terms of the geographic diversity that we found within the council, approximately or 52% of the council either has a primary practice address or home/business address in the Toronto or the GTA. And this is just something that I like to keep in mind. I have a background, some background in geographic analysis. And so even though we look at a lot of demographic stats, when you have an opportunity to map some of these, or at least get an idea of where people are coming from, it helps bring a little bit more fulsome discussion to how the results may play out. Moving on to the next slide, this is just going to be a couple of really brief high-level slides in terms of some of the analysis that we looked at. The next slide will just indicate, this is a high-level view of, say, a heat map, something that you could be applied to. Looking down the rows would be individual survey respondents. So these are the respondents from the council. Each of the council members, again, de-identified, and they're ordered in terms of the summative value that you'll see in the far right column in terms of the total score. Again, the values of limited or basic knowledge, moderate knowledge, or considerable training knowledge or expertise were given, were quantified based off of the value of 1, 2, or 3. And if you're looking with the number of council rows, you could have a theoretical minimum and maximum of 17 to 51. And we actually get very close to that, get a range of 17 to 49. If you look at it in terms of the columns moving from the left to the right of the slide, You look at the areas, and this is an interesting breakdown of what we see in terms of how many members feel that they have knowledge or skills and expertise in the different areas or domains listed across the subheadings there. And so we have a theoretical maximum of 25 to 75, and we don't get that type of range here. We get something that's a little bit more less varied, I should say. So we're moving from, say, a minimum of 37, which would be the technology and cybersecurity. So in general, the least area of knowledge or expertise, all the way up to the profession-based education and professional development, which had the highest score of a summative value of 61. And the next slide highlights this, and it does it by showing the top 5 and the bottom 5 in those areas. And I'll ask Angelo just to hit a quick space bar there just to give the overview. This is something that's just to display the information in a different way, to display the data. If we're looking at what are the areas of potential skill development or areas that council members want to develop greater skills or spend more time, this would be an area, this would be a slide to refer to, just to indicate where it is that the council themselves have a great deal of expertise and other areas that they might be lacking a little bit. The final slide of this presentation is just to reiterate those top 3 and those bottom 3 areas. But I also want to list a few caveats here when we're interpreting the results of the survey. This is just a snapshot in time. It's a single point in time. It doesn't really explain how the council may be developing the skills, or at what point in time they may have developed a skill in which they would give a value of basic, moderate, or considerable knowledge. We don't have that time dilation that you would normally see. We also don't know how each council member may have attributed that value to their skill set. We don't know if it was related to the educational experience that they had, or the years in their business so that they developed over time, or other courses or skills that they may have developed in a different area. So we're lumping a lot of these categories together. We also don't necessarily have a set definition for some of these categories. Technology and cybersecurity can mean are not only distinct from each other, but they can also mean very different things depending on the level of knowledge that you have. That old adage of the more you learn, the less you know can come into play here, where the more information that you actually have about these areas, you realize that you may not know much more about other aspects. And so that may affect the self-reported rating. So what I want everyone to just take away from this is just saying that there's areas in the board that self-reported council members have identified as being a greater level of proficiency in terms of their knowledge, and other areas that they are less proficient in terms of their knowledge or skills or expertise. And to take away from this, that as you're looking to either develop your own skills, or as transitions occur within the council makeup and with linking of different areas or domains that you wish to bolster, then this can give you some opportunities to reflect and think about what the council may need to create a more robust set of skills as they're approaching different decisions. So I'm going to stop there, and I'm going to leave it open to any questions or discussions that anyone has.
That was excellent, Eric. Thank you so much. So we will open it up. Any questions? Please indicate in the chat.
So I'm just seeing a chat. Yeah.
This information, I mean, it's self-reported information, right? So, you're asking me what I think, or you're asking, a council member what they think their strengths and weaknesses are. But how do we take this to the next level in terms of actually determining what you are good, or what you actually know? And is that even the next step, or is this where we go? Is this adequate information? I'm just not sure what we're actually realizing out of this data, that we're just, I think, like, I look at the information and I see, okay, it's all over the map. There's a lot of, everybody has different strengths and weaknesses, but where's the improvement, and where do we go as a board so that we can get better?
I can take that.
Thank you.
So the point of the skills matrix is pretty much just a baseline. and I'm going to add in the council survey because that will be part of the discussion after this, is just to see where are we. And from that, we can go forward and see, do we need more skills in this area? I understand that when we self-report and when you have a bucket of, professional development or governance, what does that mean? So we have to narrow that down. But I think this is a good way to just start going down the path to self-improvement and how do we get better and what skill sets do we need to be on council? Are they different from the skill sets needed to be on a committee? So I think this opens up the discussion and it starts getting us closer to where our end goal is, which is good governance. Dan, did you want to add to that?
Yes, just to add, council will know, and Osama, you participated directly in the process by which individuals were deemed eligible to run for the election in the district. And I think, if we start to extrapolate to those sorts of activities, how we use some of the eligibility process to look at the skill sets that individuals are bringing. So I think you've raised an important point in terms of what sort of expertise do we need on this governing board, and how do we know we're getting it? And just to reiterate what Sandy said, this is iterative. So we've done a number of things this year, and I think we'll see more next year. And will the election and selection process change next year? That's still something that the governance working group and council will need to consider. But I think it's just the start of really trying to understand the governance representation and makeup so that we have a board that's really well-rounded with a lot of diverse perspectives.
Thank you. So next up is Gildo.
Thank you, Sandy, and thank you, Eric. My question is, since we identified those three topics in there that we are in the lowest category as well, I know that the executive committee has done some professional development courses, and they are bringing their report. I got one from you, Sandy, thank you, about what you learned in those processes. Are we considering bringing this, for example, today we have Carlos speaking to us, right? Are we considering to bring some specialists in the area to kind of educate the members of this council on those three areas that we are behind?
I think what we're looking at is, yes, council development and education is on our list. And what does that mean in terms of governance? So that is something that we are looking at. We haven't landed on what that looks like, but yes, that would be where we're headed. Dan, if you can add to that. And then you're on mute. And then
sorry, no, I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay. So does that answer your question? And Judy is next.
Yeah, thank you. Just a comment, and that is, this is, I mean, as I see it, it's a good first step. And really what I've typically done is use this kind of information to identify gaps in expertise, and then you set out to recruit people with those skills. And that's, I mean, so I find this useful information, and useful information for recruiting or determining eligibility, or even maybe ranking eligibility. I haven't been involved in that process, so I don't really know how it's done. But yeah, that's all to me, that's what it is. I think that, yeah, we should, and also I agree that there should be more training on the areas where skills on the council are lacking.
Yes, I agree. Any further questions on the skills? Brian?
Thank you. Just like to add to a few of the comments that are made. I think the council as a whole, and with the support and expertise and leadership of you, Sandy, and others, that we've come a long ways, very long ways, in a relatively short time, and under different circumstances with COVID and all that type of thing, that where we're into a point where we can do this now. And I think that the whole agenda, the work we're doing today is really a variety of items that affect the governance, but it's coming along very, very well. So kudos to everybody, and we look forward to, strengthening even more what we've accomplished. The presentation day is much appreciated and reflective, I think, of how everybody's thinking and working together on it. So thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Brian. It is a collective effort and everybody's playing a very important role, and I appreciate all the engagement and support. Any other questions on the skills? Oh, so Nancy, there's a comment. Possibly a consideration for development of online modules for council members to complete can assist in the development of skills. Excellent point. So if there's no other questions on the skills matrix, thank you so much, Eric. You are welcome to stay for the rest. I wanted to add the council survey results, which was Appendix J, page 112. I think this would be a nice area to slot that in if there are any questions on that. Judy? You're on mute.
Thank you. I do have a few questions. So first of all, is this the first survey that we did in May? Because I thought there were two.
I think we did a quick one in January.
So we've done them since last November. So and those were provided to council previously.
Yeah.
So there was November, January, and May. Yes.
Okay. So I guess what I wanted to ask you was whether, in terms of what you're expecting, you consider these to be good results. And then I'd like to make a comment.
So are you asking?
And I don't know, Dan,
Okay.
whoever is.
Sure. Sandy, do you want to start? Or do you want me to start?
Sure. Okay. So I think what we're looking for, it's again, good to get a baseline foundation. Where are we at? And good to hear from council members. Do you like the content of the meeting? That will help us improving going forward. And then we'll look at themes and improve that way. So I think that's how using the survey will be helpful. Maybe the questions need to change as well.
Okay, so
Dan,
go ahead. And
just a quick follow-up to that. It's really a calibration. I don't think we're not asking in-depth questions, but we are asking, are we on the right track with some different aspects of the council meeting? We have changed as a result. So one example is with respect to the time that we provide council members with the materials. So we had been aiming for 7 days, and I think this time we tried to get it out 9 or 10 days in advance. So there's trade-offs that are involved, but we are looking at different ways that we can use the survey results, but it really is pretty broad. I think the most value that we will get is the next topic that Sandy will speak to around the governance working group and performance evaluation, and identifying areas where council and council members are contributing in different ways for more effectiveness. And so that's where we will really get into some more in-depth things that relate to people versus the mechanics of meeting.
Right. And that was really my comment, because what stood out to me in this is in terms of the meeting proper presentation and discussion or questions. So basically, we scored a 3 to 4 out of 20 in presentations at the meeting contributed to my understanding of the issues and decision points. A 9 out of 20 in terms whether there was adequate time for discussion of agenda items. And I think that we've seen by the amount we've gone over today that there probably isn't enough time allotted. And also in terms of the meeting materials, there was an 8 out of 20 said that who strongly agreed that it contained the right amount of detail to support discussion and decisions. And again, a 9 out of 20 is in terms of whether a reasonable length of time is given the issues and content. So, I mean, to me, what I'm taking from this is that council members are overall not feeling that we get enough detail to support discussions, not getting enough time. So I'm just wondering, what are the plans in terms of what you take from this document, and how can we what can we expect to see in terms of some improvements?
Yeah, I just want to start with that first. I let meetings run over this time because I found last time I was really focused on the clock and people really wanted to discuss.
I'm not criticizing.
No, but I criticize myself because, we want to improve. So this is a drastic difference from our first meeting. And I think it will be helpful when we get these survey results to see people enjoy probably more discussion, but was it too much material now? So it's really fine tuning, and each meeting will reflect the comments from the previous meeting. Dan?
Yeah, I just, I'd appreciate Eric's comments on this, but I think, Judy, to me, the results are reflecting something a little bit different in that when you do a Likert scale with strongly agree and agree, you often put those together. So like our dark blue and light blue are really, other than a couple of exceptions, over the top in terms of people strongly agreeing or agreeing that we're meeting the mark on those issues. So I don't think, and this might be my personal bias, I don't think they're as low as you have suggested. If they were, I certainly would have, I think we'd see a lot more either yellow, pink, or gray. And we would absolutely be addressing those issues as a priority. But, Eric can talk a little bit about the Likert scale. But again, it's just to calibrate. And I think, I haven't heard specific concerns other than maybe a couple of examples of where we're really missing the mark. This is saying, we're hitting the mark mostly with the strongly agrees and the agrees. And there's a couple of areas like the 7 days one, which had a bit more, whatever those colors are that are not blue. Eric, do you want to comment on Likert scale?
Yeah, just a quick comment. Thanks very much, Dan. So just reiterating what Dan said, Likert scale by its nature tries to distinguish based off of particular criteria how people would normally associate fitting in with these specific categories. There may be more prep time. The way that the question is answered could give a little bit more credit or reduce the amount of credibility for a person actually being in a particular area. So one of the default ways of looking at it from just say frequency analysis is to group these categories together. So strongly agree and agree are often grouped together, just as strongly disagree and disagree. Alternatively, some people would say group it in a different way, and I won't get into those ways that they could. Just to make a quick note, it's the if council is reading this along the x-axis would actually be the number of people who responded within that category. So just
no, I understand that.
Okay. Yeah. Just so in that regard, even for the questions related to the agenda, that third one contains items that advance the public interest. It was complete, strongly agree and agreement across the board for all the members who did respond in that regard.
Right, but just if I could quickly just say that I understand all of that. I'm familiar with these types of surveys, but what I'm saying is that I think that you need to put together the scoring in terms of strongly agree with, I think, some of the comments we've heard here today, and to when you integrate those things, you will understand. I think it certainly rings clear to me that there are some issues that need to be addressed. First, in terms of time allotted for discussion, the amount of information that's provided. Yeah, I mean, that was my point, that I think that some of these issues have really sort of risen to the top today.
And that's good. And just another point, I want to thank members because people who weren't as vocal now have been more vocal, and I appreciate that. So I think we're making improvements with every council meeting. So I thank you for your comment and questions, Judy.
Thank you.
Any other questions on that item? So the final one before we take a quick break is the governance working group. Our chair, Richard Hunter, wasn't able to attend today, so I will present this item on his behalf. The briefing note is on page 271, and it provides council with an update of the work that the governance working group is doing on the evaluation process. So having a process to evaluate council is one of the key best practices set out in the College Performance Measurement Framework in our 2020 CPMF report. The RCDSO is committed to having the governance working group lead the development of this process. And the briefing note provides an overview of the work undertaken to date, which has included conducting research and enlisting the help of a consultant to develop the process based on the working group's direction. And this work will continue throughout the fall, and a proposed council evaluation framework will be presented to you in November. If there are any questions, I will address them now. Otherwise, we will take a 10-minute break. Any questions on the governance working group? Okay, Judy?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you can tell us which consultant was retained.
Yeah, Dan?
Yes. Satori.
Okay.
So Satori with Sandy, and I won't get her last name right, but that was the group where there was the most resonance from the working group, the governance working group, and
Okay.
Sandy and I did due diligence on that as well. And there is a contract and the work is underway.
Okay, just wondering because I was part of that. So yeah. Thank you.
So if there are no further questions or comments, let's break to 2:20, and then we'll resume the session. So please turn your cameras off and microphones off. Thank you. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. As you know, the COVID-19 pandemic has continued to be a very active file, which the college is following closely. We're committed to keeping the public and dentists informed of the latest developments and ensuring our guidance to Ontario dentists remains up to date. On page 285, you will find the briefing note, which provides an overview of the latest developments. You also have a late submission that you received by email Monday evening that is specifically on COVID-19 vaccinations. Generally, we try to avoid sending late or supplemental packages of materials, but there are times, like with vaccinations, where issues continue to evolve right up to the date of council meetings. We thank you for your patience. So the materials have been attached to your calendar invite for your quick reference. And I will turn now to Dan and Andrea to talk us through these items. Thank you.
So thanks, Sandy. And I'm not going to say very much, but I do, just to reiterate that, as I mentioned earlier in my registrar's remarks related to the vaccination policy internally, these issues are really changing on a daily basis. And so we do appreciate your indulgence in getting late materials. And Andrea will walk you through what we're asking council to consider today. I would also say that one of the developments over the last 3 weeks or so was the directive from the Chief Medical Officer of Health that really covered a number of parts of the healthcare system, but not dental practices. And so we spent some time really trying to think through how or if we could use that in any particular way. And that's really going to be the focus today. And I'll turn it over to Andrea and she can walk you through some of the latest information.
Great, thank you, Dan. I just put together a few really quick slides because knowing we sent this to you Monday, just in case you didn't have a chance to look at it, I wanted just to be able to talk you through it and give you a visual to reference. So thanks, Angela, for bringing that up. If you could go, so as Sandy mentioned, you have supplemental packages. I'm not, this presentation, I'm only going to focus on the supplemental briefing note and COVID vaccine statement. I'm not going to address the other main briefing note. Cameron Thompson, our senior policy analyst, has done a nice job giving you an update there. Certainly, if you have questions, we can respond to those. If you could move ahead, Angelo. So Appendix A is the vaccine statement. And I just wanted to draw out here what's changed. In your materials, you'll see that there is content that is shaded in gray. That is the content that has changed. So everything that's not shaded, so specifically resources for vaccine hesitancy, FAQs, that remains the same. We've kept that in. We think it's important. What has changed is in the pink box here, the two key revisions, twofold. A strong recommendation that dentists get vaccinated, and a strong recommendation that dentists develop workplace policies in line with Directive 6. As Dan mentioned, this is a directive that Chief Medical Officer of Health came out with in August. It doesn't apply to dentists explicitly. So this is at the college's proposed recommendation that they voluntarily adopt policies. We know across many industries, including healthcare, many employers and organizations and entities are doing so. So this is sort of bringing dentists in line with that if they haven't already. Next slide, Angela. I just want to emphasize this is really a principled statement, an expression of support. It's something the statement is, that is, this is recommended by the executive committee. They had a look at this last week and responded really quickly, which I'll be grateful for. We know, and you would see in the materials, the supplemental briefing note, it aligns with the majority of Ontario dentist conduct. The Ontario Dental Association shared with us some data that they had collected, which shows very high percentages of the profession being fully vaccinated. And then I just wanted to additionally flag, COVID is a file, as you know, where there is a ton of stakeholder relations work that we do and coordination that we do with a whole host of different entities. I've flagged here two principal kind of groups. We work very closely with the Ontario Dental Association on all issues related to COVID and in particular vaccine issues. And the dentists on council will know that the ODA sent us a letter of support for this approach. They are going to partner with us in terms of answering dentist questions if they have them on vaccines. And I wanted to flag as well, we have collaborated with the oral health colleges, and they're all aware of us coming out with this statement. And we've done that work just so that no one's taken by surprise and that other professionals work in dental offices. Next slide, Angelo, please. So simple decision for you today. Are you content with the vaccine statement that we've put in front of you? And certainly if so, we will quite quickly get that up online so that it can be an updated resource for dentists. I'll stop there, and Sandy, I'll turn it back to you, but happy to help with questions if there are any.
So thank you, Andrea and Dan. Any questions from council, please?
Sandy, I will have questions, but not on that topic. So I will wait until this topic is exhausted, then if you please allow me.
Okay, or we can do it in other business if it's not related to COVID, or is it
It
related?
is related to COVID. It is.
All right.
It is.
Jack has a question.
We have our Toronto East Dental Society meeting on Tuesday, and I've had at least 6 emails previous to that. And one is actually sitting by my desk right now. And the first question when I walk in the room is, why is it not mandatory for dentists? And you're obviously going to get this question. So what is the answer? Why is it not mandatory for healthcare professionals, in particular for dentists and their staff, to be fully vaccinated? Why can't we, instead of being conformist and conform to the other regulatory bodies, be leaders in the profession? I know that the Ontario Medical Association and the Ontario Association of Nurses are pushing for mandatory vaccinations for doctors from the College of Physicians and Surgeons. Why can't we be leaders?
Thanks for the question, Jack. And I'll start, and certainly either Dan or even Alan Bronstein may wish to chime in. The reason that you're not seeing, I think, many entities coming out with a mandatory statement is that there is a complex legal landscape that this maps onto. And there are instances in which individuals, whether they're healthcare providers or they're citizens in other, patients or in other industries, there are legitimate reasons why individuals cannot vaccinate. So there's medical exemptions. Another key area that does come up are religious exemptions. Under some religious beliefs, it's contrary to vaccinate. So there are legal obligations to accommodate those exemptions. So that's why you see it even in the language of Directive 6, released from the Chief Medical Officer of Health. It doesn't go as far as requiring a mandatory vaccination. What the position is, even in Directive 6, is vaccinate, or there's some alternative. And the alternative, roughly translating from Directive 6, is take other measures to ensure that you're safe. So, for example, submit to rapid COVID tests and provide a negative result before you attend in person. So that's why you typically see, Jack, this type of balancing that takes place. And it's also why you see a strong emphasis on addressing vaccine hesitancy, so that to the best that we are able, we are providing information, we are responding to fears or concerns with information and knowledge, so that we can get the highest number of individuals vaccinated, but there will remain those individuals who cannot. So I'll maybe pause there. I don't know if Dan or Alan wish to add to what I've said.
I'll see if Alan wants to weigh in on this.
I'd be happy to comment, but not in an open session, because you'd be involved giving legal advice of a particular nature and some of the consequences to that policy, which I don't think should be dealt with in a public forum.
Okay, I have a comment from Nancy. Will the college or ODA assist its members with the development of vaccine policies that can be implemented into offices that would assist our members, as this issue is quite polarized among other dental personnel?
So the best of my knowledge, I've been in touch quite frequently with the ODA. As the dentist members of council will know, they have a toolkit that they've been developing kind of in tandem with college guidance. As I understand it, they are going to be including the next iteration of the toolkit. They are including specific information to support dentists. I had thought, please don't take my word for it because I can't speak for them. I had thought it included some templates and some specific advice, but certainly I haven't seen a final version yet. But I think their intention is to do whatever they can to provide dentists with some really practical tools. And I know that's been their approach throughout the pandemic.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Nancy, for the comment. David Mock is next. You're on mute, David.
There, I'm unmuted. One's a question and one's a comment. My aging memory seems to recall some years ago, I worked with a small committee on hepatitis B, and I thought we did mandate hepatitis B vaccination. If that's incorrect, then it's moot. If that's correct, I still don't understand why we can't mandate other things, but you may not want to answer it here, and I'll accept that. The other thing, and then I can let somebody answer, from the college's perspective, I don't know what expertise you tapped to bring up and to negotiate with the ministry. There's a tremendous amount of literature out now, particularly in the US. Actually, as far as I know, it's all in the US, on dentistry and COVID-19 communication precautions. And my experience has been when working with physicians in public health, in fact, we went through this with hepatitis, they tend to think of dentistry from only the perspective, even though they're well educated and well informed on medicine, their dentistry information comes from the visits to their dental office. So I'm just want to make sure that you have tapped all that literature and some expertise, certainly within our universities and the dental public health departments, when presenting discussions or comments or even arguments with the ministry. So those are my two questions, if you like.
Thank you, David. Andrea or Dan?
Sure, I can start, and Dan.
Sure, you go ahead and start, and I'll have a couple comments.
Okay, I'll start with your hepatitis B comment, David. If you're referring to the IPAC standard, which does have an immunization section in it, the language in the IPAC standard is exactly what we mirrored in the vaccine standard. So it's a strong recommendation. And there's some, additional comments and detail in the IPAC standard, which I won't get into just because it's really particular to Hep B. But if what you're asking is, are we being consistent? The answer is yes, we are.
The only other question, if I can just put an addendum on there, is it appropriate informed consent if a patient goes to a dentist who is not vaccinated and he hasn't informed them?
You're really now getting into a sort of a more of a technical legal sort of a legal analysis, and I don't know that it's the right place for it here. I think it's a really interesting question, David, and it kind of goes to the standard for informed consent is material risk. So would we consider the vaccinated status or the vaccine status of the healthcare provider to be a material risk? I think there's a few different factors that come to my mind, not the least of which is, what are the other, has that individual submitted to a rapid test and been confirmed negative? Are there additional precautions that are being being used, like masking and so on? So I think it's a complicated issue, but that just gives you a flavor. Dan, did you want to comment further?
Yeah, before I comment on your second question or point, David, just for Alan and Sandy to consider while I'm speaking for 30 seconds or so, whether there is the possibility of going in camera to receive that legal advice before providing a final decision on this particular request to council around the statement that's in Appendix A that Andrea presented. David, I think this whole issue of COVID and the literature that's emerging, and oftentimes I think it's always prefaced with, here's a study, but it's not quite conclusive. And that's kind of what we've been dealing with for the past, year or more. And there's some groups that are certainly working on this through McGill and using a Cochrane collaboration approach to really sort through the evidence. I think it's one of those areas where we need to be really cognizant of what that evidence is telling us. But if it's not telling us really anything conclusive, how do we begin to use the experiences and the data that we have on transmissions between dentists and patients, or dental practices and patients, to come up with a better risk assessment than we might have had back in May 2020, when we really knew nothing? And so just this week, I have reached out to both deans of the universities to suggest that we might have some sort of collaborative between the three institutions to really focus on what evidence is available, and if it's not telling us everything, how do we do appropriate risk management to really take our guidelines to a different level? So I don't have anything to report, obviously, on that in terms of the next steps, but that is a conversation that has just started within the last few days. And it is a pretty complex area in terms of trying to figure out what that evidence is telling us, because it's all over the place, but there's a lot of studies that are emerging, and some of them have really solid science behind them and some of them don't. So that's, I think, a challenge for us, but the academic institutions and the faculty are the place that we need to really work with in trying to understand that with the dental clinical context as well.
Thank you very much, Dan. That actually answers my question favorably. Thank you.
Dan, you know that my comment will be on this topic. Would you like me to bring this comment in camera as well?
No, I think if your topic is not legal, then it should be in the public setting. I think what we would go in camera for is legal advice, and I'll turn to Alan and Sandy.
Okay, thank you.
So I have Judy and Osama on my speakers list before we go in camera for legal advice, or are your questions tied to legal advice?
I didn't have a question. I was going to make the suggestion that we go in camera.
Okay.
To hear Ellen's comments, but it's already been suggested and responded to.
Okay, Osama?
I was just going to say, you know, just paralleling this with what we do in the hospital, you know, so if you're not, you know, if you have to show proof of, you know, double vaccination in the hospital. If you're not, then you have to do a mandatory education session. And then you have to undergo antigen point of care testing twice a week. So it's, I think, if you say mandatory, you're not, you know, it becomes, you know, then it becomes a little bit tricky. And again, I understand we're going to get into that discussion shortly, but from my standpoint, you know, we should be clear about giving our staff and the members of who work with us the option of doing those one or the other.
Thank you, Osama. I wanted to go in camera unless Dan and Andrea have to comment on that.
No, I don't think so. I just want to make sure that we go in camera properly and Alan can guide us with the motion. And also just to say that it would be Andrea, myself, and Angie from staff, and all others would not be involved in camera.
I actually have the motion.
We're going to go in camera at the end. Why don't we leave it till then, rather than go in camera and out and then back in?
But then we can't approve this motion.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So I'm going to read the motion. That council exclude the public from the meeting to receive legal advice and/or opinion from the college's solicitors in accordance with Clause 7(2)E of the Health Professions Procedural Code, which is Schedule 2 to the Regulated Health Professions Act 1991. May I have a mover for that, please? Jack and Ram, all in favor? So we are now in camera. So I will ask
Sandy, sorry,
may I
just 1 second.
Yeah.
So to go in camera, we're setting up a breakout room as this is being live streamed on YouTube. So just give us about 30 seconds to a minute. We'll set that up, and then Council, Angie, Dan, and Andrea, along with Alan Bromstein, will be invited to that breakout room. So just hold tight for a few seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are back in open session. And thank you everyone that is with us live stream for your patience. I'd like to put the motion on the screen.
I'm sure Angelo has a number of things that are happening, so we'll just.
Okay, no problem, no problem. So the motion before us today is that council approves of the statement on vaccination included in the council material. May I please have a mover for that item? Judy and Brian. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Jack is abstaining. Or are you opposed? You're abstaining? Okay, so that is carried. Thank you, everyone. Access to care, page 292. As council knows, access to care is an important issue to the college. Most recently, we had an update on this topic at our May meeting. Since that, staff have developed a preliminary draft proposal for a multi-stakeholder project on access to care. The goal today is to get early feedback from council on this preliminary proposal And I will ask Andrea for a quick overview, please.
Thank you, Sandy. So Council, the briefing note starts at 292 of your materials. And I'm going to just touch on some highlights because you've had this in your package, so I'm assuming you've read it. As Sandy mentioned, our goal in coming to you at this very early stage is to offer some sort of rough thoughts about what a multi-stakeholder project could look like, so that you have a sense of the direction that we're thinking about and you can give us your thoughts. And what we will do with that is we'll take your comments, your feedback, and it will shape a more defined proposal, which will come back to you in November. So that's how it'll play out. If you go to the draft proposal itself, it's on page 295. The starting section there is just some working assumptions. You've seen the types of ideas expressed, so I won't pause on those in any great detail. Over the page on 296, you can see that we're really proposing a phased approach to tackling this work. The first phase is going to be, or we're proposing that it is planning and coordination. What we'd like to do here is identify some key stakeholders and partner with them over a couple of meetings to really identify what work are other organizations doing or what do they intend to do. And really come away with an ability to get a comprehensive list of work that's being undertaken or work that will be committed to, and talk about how we can, on an ongoing basis, have a coordinated approach. That doesn't mean the college will direct those entities, but rather each of us will keep the other informed so that we have an up-to-date idea of who's working on this topic and in what way. And this is really recognizing that access to care is an issue that many organizations have a stake in and an interest in, as we've talked about many times. The second phase is to look at what would the RCDSO's own work look like. And proposed here, and this is on 297, it's proposed that there be two streams to this work that the college itself would do. Those streams can occur concurrently. The first is that we would gather some information. You have a briefing note in your package about the annual renewal questionnaire and some amendments and changes we've made to that. Included in that questionnaire are some questions about access to care and dentist involvement in that. So it's an ability for us to understand how Ontario dentists are involved. Additionally, many of you will know that under Vivian Hu's direction, the Patient Relations Committee is working on initiatives related to access to care. That's happening this year. It will continue to happen. And they're going to focus on sort of informational supports to the public and other concrete action that they may wish to advance. The second stream, you'll see results ties back quite closely to the presentation that Carlos Quinones provided you this morning on dental professionalism. And the proposal here is that the RCDSO launch a project on dental professionalism. It would really get into exploring and articulating what are those duties and obligations that the profession has. Carlos touched on some of them, really looking at ethics. Of course, there would be stakeholder consultation in order to develop it. The end result that's proposed, though, is that the college have a dental professionalism document that would really articulate the commitments and the duties and values and principles that the profession has. And you heard from Carlos the connection to access to care, but just this notion that there are many ethical elements flowing from the social contract, flowing from fiduciary duties that dentists owe to the public that have a direct correlation back to access to care. And so this would really serve as a resource document. It would help ground our work on access to care and additionally help ground college standards in general. again, the idea, that's a very quick overview. The idea again today is we're looking for some feedback from you. We'll take your comments and work with them and bring something back to you in November. Sandy, I will stop at that and of course help with questions if there are any.
Thank you. David Mock has a question.
Actually, I have a comment and to some extent an answer, Andrea, to your question. First of all, I'm overjoyed the way you have put this. Over the last 45 years, I have been on, I can't tell you how many committees looking at access to care that always end up with very sweet sounding comments, platitudes, but it doesn't get at the real issues and the need for access to care, where it is. So what I would encourage you to do, and it sounds to me like you already have this in mind, so I'm just going to underline it if that's the case, is first of all, you have to see where the need is. We know to a large extent it's the people who are, to be a kind word, financially challenged, the disabled, and be they physically disabled or cognitively disabled. That's one thing. So identify the populations that are hit most severely, and there may be more, of course. Actually, there are more. And then secondly, identify the services now available to these people and where they might be expanded by whom. I'm not saying the college should do it, but should maybe the ODA and maybe other organizations. But come out of this with concrete changes or suggestions rather than just saying we have a problem and it's our ethical obligation to solve it. So it sounds to me like you're going the right directions. I would just suggest be as specific as you possibly can.
Thank you. Gildo?
Andrea, thank you very much. And Dave, thank you for bringing this into this conversation. And this is one of the reasons why I'm talking about the service that universities they have in terms of the underserved population that we have. And we have a huge number of people reaching out to us, and they are being, how can I say, the access has been reduced into this. So I think it's very timely what you're talking about and see how we can improve this. Our schools that we have been working hardly to get this. Carlos Quinones is right in here. Carlos, congratulations, by the way, my friend. He got a very nice grant to improve access to the population. So this is another proof how the universities, they are working hard with the community. So thank you very much. Congratulations, Carlos. Parabéns. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Jack?
It's a great start, Andrea. It's good to see that we're moving forward because, gosh, it's taken a while to get to this point. So it is encouraging. It really is. I guess the data mining is probably the first step. And David's right. I don't know who has the resources at this point. Who knows what facilities are out there, what resources are out there to help those in need. It shouldn't be the RCDSO that holds all this, but we need somebody as the quarterback who will manage all that information for people to have access. So I think that's important. And the questionnaire with the renewal is vital because we have to know what's happening with our members. Again, it's data mining. I don't see the questions in the council book. I know it alludes to questions with regards to access. Can you be more specific, firstly, about the types of questions that are going to be asked of our members come renewal time? That's the first thing, first comment.
Jack, I think we have that under other business that will be coming up.
Yeah.
Oh, will it be under business?
Yeah,
okay.
Other
That's
business.
not in the book at this point, is it?
I removed it from the consent agenda.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And,
Yeah.
Okay, super. Thank you. Secondly, I know that the Conservative government is going to be going to election probably within, what, a 2-year period or less. Last time we missed the boat with senior senior dental care. We really didn't give a lot of feedback. And, although there's a program, it really didn't have any help from the college or organized dentistry. I know you were trying to do this in step, 1 step, 2 step, but will there be an attempt to at least discuss dentistry with the Ministry of Health before the election, so maybe there can be some kind of platform that involves dentistry and especially access.
Thanks, Jack, for the comments and the questions. In terms of your last question with government, part of what we need to do following council's direction and confirming the proposal is really think about what are the stakeholders we want to engage in. There's a ton of stakeholders working on this topic. So the very key question we need to answer is, do we want to engage with government at that stage, or do we want to have some offline sort of more government relations engagements with them? It's thinking about what's the right approach with government. Government's obviously a key player here. I think Carlos touched on this in his presentation. The seniors care program, for whatever reason, I think there were some challenges. The government didn't necessarily reach out to the college. We tried to get them actually to come to the Access to Care Symposium, and we weren't able to get them to come and talk about that program. And then shortly thereafter, they launched the senior care program. We have at the staff level had some contact with the staff involved in administering that program. But like I say, I think certainly thinking about the right way to engage with the ministry and how to make that productive is definitely on the list. I don't have an answer for you right today. It's something we're going to think about.
That's good. Thank you.
Looking at our time, our final two comments, Osama and Ben.
Actually, I have no comment. I was going to actually say the same thing Jack was going to say. So, yeah, I look forward to that engaging the Ministry of Health on this is a really important issue. So I look forward to the feedback on this.
Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, regarding the project on dental professionalism, I think we need to go beyond just like a document. I think we also should use what is learned to incorporate it into our jurisprudence and ethics course, and possibly even create a Category 1 course for members to take. So I think you should go beyond just a document.
Thank you, Ben. And we have Cam and Judy. Cam, you're on mute. Cam, you're on mute.
The number of studies on access to care is almost uncountable right now. The CDA has about 4 or 5 files sitting in their desk. I know the ODA has several, and we have a couple ourselves. The bottom line on this is government interest and financing of finance to care. Unfortunately, that's the bottom line. I have several connections in government right now, and I can tell you that dentistry is at the bottom of the list. And unfortunately, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. So last comment from Judy, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted, and I think I said something similar at that symposium that we had in May of last year. But I think that ultimately I would like to see this this undertaking go beyond broad statements, which is and the motion, the proposal is really quite vague in terms of what it hopes to accomplish. But what I would like to say, is that I think that one of the things that really needs to occur within dentistry, as in within many professions, is a culture change, a culture shift, and that culture shift has to include some element of volunteerism. And I come from a place where you don't get paid for everything you do, and that giving back is important. And so I would like to see something like that built in to whatever ethics type document is developed. That's it.
Thanks for the comment, Judy. And I think that this notion of a culture shift is something that may well come about in terms of talking about professionalism and what are the duties. So for example, altruism, the notion of altruism and what does that mean in dentistry and how does that connect back to access, I think is going to touch on the issues you're talking about. And that would certainly be one of the ethical sort of duties and values that we would look at.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you, Andrea. Thank you, council members. I know the time we are running later than usual. Let's take a 5-minute bathroom break, stretch our legs, and we're almost done. We have one quick presentation and then other business.
Sandy?
So, yes.
If I could, I have a meeting that was supposed to start at 3:15 that I've pushed to 3:45. So I'm not going to be able to come back. I'm going to have to bid you farewell right now.
Okay, thank you so much, Judy.
All right, thank you.
So we'll see you at 3:39, everyone. Thank you. 3:39. I see the majority of people are coming back. So next up is a presentation from Jillian Slaughter. Jillian is the new director of PCRA. Jillian joined the college in May 2021, just after our May council meeting. She is highly qualified, holding both a law degree and an MBA. Additionally, she has a wealth of regulatory experience, largely focused in the area of professional conduct matters. So Jillian is going to speak to us about her work to date in PCRA. Welcome, Jillian.
Thanks, Sandy. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here. And I'll ask Angelo if he could just load the slides. Thank you for doing that. I know that I am all that stands between you and nearly the conclusion of the meeting, so I'm going to try and be as brief as possible. Could you go to the next slide, please? So today's agenda, as you've already heard in part from Dan's earlier discussion this morning, is to provide you with a quick update from PCRA and to give you an indication of some of the changes that have been implemented since July of 2021. I'm also going to paint a very brief picture of some of the upcoming changes in the end of the year and over into Q1 of 2022. And we'll hopefully have a little bit of time at the end for questions. Next slide, please. And the following one as well, Angela. So what I'm presenting to you is data, investigations data from our Track 2 team. This is the team that handles investigations related to matters that are at least a moderate level risk to higher risk. The reason for showing you this is to present 2 points. If you look at the blue slide, you're going to see the blue line demonstrating that since December, we have gradually been reducing the amount of time that it takes us to investigate these matters. And so it's gone from about 305 days last year until about 195 days. So this is really good progress. In the green slide, you will see that while the complaints average time to process sort of gone up and down, you'll see though that the total number of active files has been reduced over the course of the last 9 months. Next slide, please. More Track 2 data here demonstrates the focus that we have been putting on the 2017 to 2019 cases. Every line, with the exception of the yellow lines on these slides, is either static or going down. I'd like you to note that 2017, 2018, and 2019 cases, those that were received in those years, are being reduced. And that's because we're trying to get the oldest ones done as quickly as we possibly can. Next slide, please. For Track 1 data, you can see that presently we have 501 complaints in process. Track 1 comprises those matters that are low risk to moderate risk. They also handle any of the alternative dispute resolution, those ADR files. And so the snapshot that's presented to you here is that as of September 7th, we had 66 of those ADR files in progress. You'll see the breakdown then by year received. Now, admittedly, we are trying to continue to clean up some of our data here. And so I believe that this is as close a clear presentation as we can give you at this time in terms of the year received for ADR and complaint matters. Be assured, of course, that the ADR matters are far more recent. When you're looking at the older cases, those are for the complaints. Next slide, please. And then in terms of what's happened this year, from January to August, we had 96 ICRC meetings. And then in terms of total new business, that means any new registrar's investigations, complaints, and even getting authorization in terms of those investigations to proceed. All of that is calculated in terms of what total new business would be. We've got 673 of those. And then in terms of total number of issued decisions, we've got in excess of 300 complaints and 22 registrar's investigations where the decisions have already been distributed. Next slide, please. Notably, we've created 2 new ICRC panels. One relates to incapacity, and the other one is for sexual abuse and boundaries matters. This allows us to focus on the risk maybe associated with these matters, particularly on sexual abuse and boundaries matters. They are largely being convened on an ad hoc basis, and they have been selected from persons who demonstrated both an interest and also had some skill sets that we were really looking forward to relying upon for these panels. Next slide. So let me go on to some of the changes. This is what we've been working on primarily. The record of investigation. This is the entire set of materials that are put before the ICRC for a review. We have heard repeatedly that the volume of materials to be considered by the ICRC, to be assembled by staff, to be reviewed by members, is simply too large. And so we've spent time assessing, evaluating these ROIs, these records, to figure out how can we save time spent compiling them and sending them out to others for review. And so our goal is to try and improve the overall timelines for not only preparing these, but also for having eyes on them by members of the ICRC and by staff. Next slide, please. And so effective at the end of August, what we did was we've reorganized how we're going to be doing these records of investigation. We're eliminating duplicate materials. We're going to be removing correspondence that is purely administrative and isn't relevant to the substantive issues of the investigation. We're going to be using a guiding principle that only relevant documents should be included. Not everything will be included. In addition, for the ICRC's consideration, these ROIs are no longer going to be shared in their entirety with both parties at the end of complaints investigations. Disclosure is going to be made during the investigation, and we will make sure, of course, that we meet all of our procedural fairness obligations so that relevant information is being given to allow the dentist to appropriately respond. Next slide. Let me give you a breakdown of what that looks like in terms of trying to make things smaller, easier. We just chose a sample registrar's report matter, so a registrar's investigation. And what we did was look at an old one that had been built under the old system, which was about 770 pages. By adopting this approach, it looks like the updated ROI will be less than 300 pages. We'll have almost no duplicate documents. Those administrative letters, like delay letters, have been removed. And it's going to be better organized so that structurally it'll be by type of document, such as endorsement, member's response, witness interviews, and then it'll be done chronologically within those groupings. Moreover, we've not only put in the index, we're also adding in bookmarks to make it easier for the ICRC to navigate. Next slide, please. The second change is about the workup process. This is how information is given to the registrar to determine if he has reasonable and probable grounds to investigate. The takeaway simply from this slide is that we're trying to find ways of simplifying it by providing neutral, summarizing memos on top of that information, and frankly, then sending the same material and memo going over to the ICRC for their review and approval of the investigation. Next slide, please. The reason for doing this is a simplification exercise and basically trying to be accompanied by a reduction in the number of handoffs from staff in order to try and save time. We're also trying to impose a degree of standardization to make things easier to review. Next slide. The other piece that we've done is we are setting up, so there's going to be a review, and has been already for the past month or so, a review of draft decisions by panel chairs. Previously, the panel as a whole was reviewing those draft decisions. The reason for changing it was this: approximately 30 minutes per meeting was being spent on panel review. Although the panels were incredibly thorough about reviewing it, much of the changes that they were noting were typographical, some substantive. And so the decision was to put it over to panel chairs to save that valuable deliberation time because one of the other things we're doing is increasing the number of matters for panels to review. So in order to save those additional 30 minutes to put on one more matter, we decided then to put this over to panel chairs to review between meetings. And we feel that panel chairs are very experienced members and can do a very good review of the decisions that are written by our decision writers. Next page, please. There are three things that I want to talk about in terms of additional things we've done for the ICRC. One is about priority of the cases that are coming before them. Another I've alluded to is about increasing up to 10 cases per meeting. And then we're talking about additional fall panels. So if we can go to the next slide, please. We are still continuing to try and prioritize risky cases before the ICRC. That's partly helped by having those new panels for sexual abuse and boundaries cases, as well as for incapacity. We also then identify any clinical cases that may be risky and make sure that those are going to the ICRC in a timely way. We are concurrently prioritizing those oldest investigation cases so that the 2017, 18, and 19 cases are heading to the ICRC as quickly as we can get them. The main purpose of this, of course, is to address the backlog and also to see if we can improve upon that CPMF that was referred to earlier this morning. Next slide, please. The other pieces that we're changing in terms of the ICRC is that we've generally increased to 10 matters per meeting, the number of cases for review. Previously, it was sitting at around 8. This is not always the case when we have really voluminous matters going to panels. Of course, we are taking that into consideration as best we can. And what's wonderful about this is that we're already seeing a dip in the backlog. So members have been reviewing more matters over the past month to 6 weeks, and we're already seeing a direct effect of our backlog. More of this information is, of course, going to be given to the ICRC at their plenary meeting coming up October 13th. We're also, in terms of trying to put more matters through panels, we were aiming to add 10 panels. We've added 9 through the fall. And we've also retained a contract decision writer to assist us in making sure that the decisions are written in a very quick and expeditious way. I want to acknowledge here, first of all, the tremendous extra work that's being taken on by the ICRC members themselves. Both public and professional members are reviewing more. They are prepping more for these meetings, and they are taking on some very difficult and older files. And frankly, I'm very grateful for their help. So I just wanted to express that appreciation right here and now. Next slide, please. In terms of the complaints process, there are 2 changes we're going to be doing. One is that we're going to be confirming the complainant's concerns. The reason for doing this is to identify complainant's concerns earlier in the process, to make it easier for both the member to respond, for the complainant to have clarity about what the issues are that are going to be considered, for the ICRC in terms of their deliberations. The whole point is to try and facilitate the deliberations, and then make sure that that decision matches in response to the issues that were raised. Our template letter is in development, and we will probably be launching in September, so late September this year. Next slide. The other thing we're doing is we're ceasing the requirement to always request the complainant's reply to the dentist's response. Of course, there are going to be exceptions. There may be instances when the dentist raises new issues and the complainant needs to be given an opportunity to respond, or where the complainant communicates additional concerns to us by separate correspondence. The reason for doing this is that commonly complainants reiterate their concerns upon receipt of the dentist's response. That means no new information is before the panel, and it's not needed for the purposes of the investigation. The other reason for doing it is that we've seen from other colleges that it can save upwards of 30 to 60 days in the investigation time if we remove the requirement to always do this. Next slide, please. So a quick summary then of those changes to date. We're making the record of investigation far more focused on relevant records as opposed to the entirety of the materials received by the college. There's a new workup process for RPGs for the registrar. That review of draft decisions by panel chairs is occurring. We have ICRC cases that have been increased in volume to ICRC panels, and we have more ad hoc panels. And then we have those 2 complaints process changes that I mentioned. Next slide, please. So let me tell you about upcoming changes then in 2021 and 2022. One of the key things we're going to be looking to do is to train staff through the fall and then develop new issues-based templates for our decisions. The reason for doing this is, frankly, one of a better structure from my perspective, and more concise one at that. What will happen is information is going to be grouped under topics that are important to the issues identified in the investigation. And so our decision writers will be trained, and that new template will be developed, and it'll probably be launched in Q1 of next year. Concurrently, we're going to be helping investigators to write summative memos to the ICRC. Of course, they're going to be written in a way that is as neutral and without bias as possible to identify the issues and lay out the facts that are before the ICRC for disposition. So the purpose is frankly to identify as many issues as possible and the key facts for the ICRC for deliberation. Next slide, please. That's all of the quick summary I've tried to provide you. Sandy, I'll turn it back to you for any questions that council may have. And thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Jillian, for that interesting presentation and all your great work in PCRA. I will open the floor up to any questions from council. And please use the chat function. Oh, Jamie.
Hi, thank you very much, Jillian. I've had the pleasure of speaking to Jillian a few times, I guess offline, and thank you for doing what you're doing. And it looks like the simplification process and the reduction in material looks like it's coming true. So that's wonderful. Can't come fast enough. I hear the word triage used every once in a while when we are receiving incoming telephone calls. And have you developed a triage process for complaints? In other words, is there any mediation occurring before they become an official complaint, either on the phone, or is someone reaching out to someone who submitted one online? I'm just wondering if there's a way to even prevent some of these complaints coming forward. Thank you.
Jamie, that's a wonderful question. And yes, there is. I mean, we have a staff member who is responsible for alternative dispute resolution. And frankly, increasingly what's happening with a number of our intake matters is that they get put over to see if they are eligible for ADR, to see if we can take them out of the investigations process. Be assured that not every type of complaint that comes through is eligible for ADR. We have criteria for making sure that the appropriate ones are going forward. But you've totally anticipated it. I've been trying to do process mapping of the ADR process with staff, and that's something that we are continuing to evaluate through the fall. So Jamie, my hope is that I will be giving the ICRC more information, and council too, if they wish, later on about what we're going to be doing about triage, ADR, in that intake area.
Thank you. I do not see any other questions. So again, Jillian, thank you so much. I know it's getting late and we are now near the final stretch here. We just have some other business before we move on to the in-camera. And on other business, just a reminder, our next session is Thursday, November 18th, virtual. And we will now deal with 2 items from the consent agenda. Number 1 is a specialty exams. I believe Harinder has a question on that. And then we will go to the annual renewal process, which Jack had a question on that. So Harinder, I will turn it over.
Thank you, Sandy. This matter is related to specialty exams. And there has been a lot of chatter around on social media about what college is doing and what should happen. And there's a lot of misinformation as well. And I see that there's a delegation of RCDSO going to CDRFA meeting, which registrar, president, and assistant registrar are there. I'm proposing that we should have a specialist on this delegation as well, who has some background in RCDC examination, background how we came to where we are with RCDC and NDSC, and moving forward, speak to how we can probably get to a better place. So I think it's really appropriate that we have a specialist on this, the delegation going to CDRFA meeting.
Thank you, Harinder. Dan, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, and this probably needs a lot longer. And the reason it was provided as an information item is because there are active discussions occurring, and I hope to have more to report to council in November. Harinder, I completely respect your thoughts on how to move this forward. And there's really been a lot of discussion by the registrars across the country about how to move this forward. Both Sandy and Andrea were at the meeting that occurred last week, or earlier this week, actually. And I think, without going into a lot of detail, because really there's not a lot of progress to report, I want to clear up any misinformation. There have been a lot of letters and calls that have come to my attention from specialty organizations, and no one has said that we are doing away with specialty examinations. The reality is we have an organization where the registrars lost confidence over 3 years ago, and another organization that has decided not to be involved in specialty exams. So we find ourselves in a bit of a conundrum. And I think the registrar said, let's step back from this and let's talk about what are we trying to accomplish? What are the risks of not having an exam as we know it, not to get rid of it completely, but what are the other assessment options? And those conversations are very active right now. And I think there's been some agreement by the group that we need national expectations, and we need some kind of attestation that an individual who's trained as a specialist is able to function safely as a specialist. So Harinder, I'd be happy to talk to you offline about this. I'm going to bring more information back to council. And I really think that there are a number of discussions that will provide a little bit more clarity in terms of where we're going. And we will work as a college, and we're just one player in this out of 10, to really try to address any misinformation that's out there. And I have a couple of draft responses to different specialty groups on my desk that just need to be reviewed and signed off. So I hope that clarifies a little bit more. Decisions are not going to be made without this council, but we need more information in order to bring back something that would be in the form of recommendations or actual details around decisions that you need to make.
So just a supplemental suggestion that what I'm saying is that with that group, if you can incorporate a specialist who can advise this, you and president moving forward, that'll be great.
Yeah, certainly we can speak to any of the specialists on council as well. Sandy can attest to this, that there are a number of registrars and members of councils across the country who are specialists. So they also bring that expertise, and there's a lot of history. And I think I'm fairly up to speed on the history, but I'm absolutely open to talking to specialists in Ontario or on council to kind of help me with further context. And Sandy can elaborate if she wishes on any of that.
No, I agree with Dan. I don't have anything further to add, but yes, we're in the very preliminary stages, and council will be, making decisions with us. We will not make decisions alone. So thank you, Harinder.
Thank you.
Peter Deline.
Question I had dealt with in the briefing note, there was a mention about public safety. And I'm wondering if on the CDRAF, is there any public input at all? And my second question would be, if the CDRAF ever considered doing its meetings, I'm assuming they're Zoom meetings like this one, putting something on YouTube so that stakeholders could follow along.
Thanks, Peter. That's a great question, and it is. I will say it's a live conversation with the CDRAF group in terms of public representation. I would say, if you consider someone like me to be a member of the public and that I'm not a member of the profession. That's one aspect. But do we truly have public representation for CDRAF? No. It has been discussed. I would say there are a variety of views on that Ontario is unique in some respects, in that some of the other provinces, they do not have public representation, or they don't have the same kind of expectations that we have in our HPA for public representation. So I agree with you. I am working with that issue and trying to see how we move forward. But I think it's an area that still needs a lot more discussion with that group.
Thank you. Peter, did that answer your question?
It does, absolutely.
Osama is next.
This is I guess 4 o'clock right now. So this is a really, really important topic, and I actually I kind of echo what Peter and Vern are both mentioning here. I just kind of want to reiterate it as well from my standpoint. I think this is super important that this exam does not disappear. This is a really, really important exam. I took it myself, and I'm trained in the United States, and it's a tough exam, and I'm sure there were many issues with the RCDC version of it, but we really need to have specialists and public members involved in every kind of step of this process. I know it's a tight time frame, but we really need to know continuously. Continuous updates with this would be really, really important on this matter.
Dan, and I also have agreement from Ben. I agree with Harinder and Osama. So Dan?
Yeah, and there's absolutely a long process ahead of us. As I said, there are 2 organizations that have done or were doing examinations, and there are some challenges with both. So we are at a stage where I would say, if we don't want to be in a position, in my mind, 3 years from now, where we're still trying to figure this out, that we really need the regulators first to say, what do we want? Like, what do we need? Let's talk about public safety. Let's talk about what we need. And let's really wrap our minds around that. And then there will be parts of the process bringing lots of stakeholders into this, including all of the people that you've mentioned, and specialists, and the examining bodies and the academic institutions and so on. But really, I think the regulators are saying we need to know what we want first and really have some discussion about this. And then we can start to talk about how does this shake out in terms of actually putting programs and exams or assessments or whatever the form they take together. So I really appreciate that there's a lot of interest in this. And it's not that any regulator across the country is jumping out ahead. It's really trying to do this in a much more methodical fashion than it may have been done in the past.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Osama?
Yeah, very well.
And last up, we have David Mock.
Yeah, once again, those of us that have been around for a long time, and I'm starting to get depressed about saying that, know the history, and I'm sure, Dan, you know the history in quite a bit of detail as well. I was actually a participant in most of the process here, and some around this meeting right now may remember a meeting about 1.5 years ago, I think it was, where I got quite concerned about the way the direction of the exams were going, because when the NDB was doing it, they're used to designing general practice exams, and that's very different than specialists, especially some of the specialties. So one, I want to support what Harinder and Ben and Osama all have said. I think the specialists have to be involved in the process, and as you said, you plan to do that. But I'm going to go one step further. I would include specialists who have experience in specialty examinations, not just taking them, but setting them, whether they're in Canada, or there are many specialists in the Canadian schools who participate in setting American exams, some even overseas, actually. So I would consider ultimately that they be consulted. Now, I also, by the way, am sympathetic. My experience, I went around to the CDRAF and at one point to all the regulators and all the dental deans with the previous registrar and a previous president. And my experience then was there was not one mind. There was almost as many ideas as there are provinces. Hopefully the situation is better now, but I think one of the things you may want to do is carefully formulate the Ontario position, getting input from all these sources, and then let the other regulators and presidents try to do the same within their own provinces. In some provinces, they do it. I know, for example, in BC, that was the case. In other provinces, they almost allowed the dental school to dictate how they were going to do the specialty exams. And that was one of the things we managed to overcome. So I would, first of all, support that there be input from specialists who have had experience with establishing specialty exams and what the pitfalls are, because the NDB was a predictable pitfall to many of us. And while I'm at it, I think the suggestion that there should be lay people on there, because they bring in the outside, in case we have a vested interest, and I'm thinking about people like me who are specialists, they can temper some of what we say if they identify those special interests. So I'm just going to basically say I support darn near everything that's been said to date. Thank you.
Thank you, David. If there are no further questions on that item, we will move to the annual renewal process. I know Jack had a question about that. So if you can unmute.
Sorry, Sandy, it's just getting my mouse in order. Yeah, the question was more specific questions that will be asked at renewal time. If you can elaborate.
Dan?
Yes, I don't have them in front of me, Jack, but here the approach that we've taken is there is a group that's been meeting in the college for the last couple of months. They've worked with dentists on staff to really try to focus on questions that are going to help us move forward. And, you know, I can't remember all of the people who have weighed in on this in various ways at this meeting today. But I think if we heard from Carlos that there is a need for data, you know, I've said to him, why are you presenting 2012 data? You know, let's talk about how college data used responsibly, non-identifiable, can help you to really build research models, and one piece of the data from us combined with other data can really help move forward system issues, big system issues. It applies to access to care. So the annual survey is constructed in generally three parts. One is regulatory data. That's information that we need, like, have you been charged with a crime? Is there a conviction? Those sorts of things. The second piece is data that's related to what the ministry requires us to collect. So there's a number of things that they use to populate their health professions database. And the third piece is what is going to help us be a better regulator. And so some of the questions that we're going to ask this year that are different are related to the kinds of publicly funded programs that dentists accept in their practices, or what proportion of those programs they accept in their practices. Issues that relate to practice scope. So really trying to understand practice better from those questions. Now, it will be a change, and we're working through that right now before the survey goes out. It will be probably more questions than dentists have been asked to respond to. So we are looking at our communication strategy, but it's not data for the sake of collecting data. Every single question has a reason, and it relates back to those three areas that I've talked about. We can provide more information to council, but that's, I hope that generally addresses your question, and we can provide more information about specifics.
Yeah, I think that's what we're looking for, Dan. Is it possible for the council to see those questions prior to it being in the renewal?
Yeah, not a problem.
Super, thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Peter?
Yeah, the only question I had, quick question. Did you anticipate that those questions be mandatory, Dan, or would they be, if somebody thought, you know what, this is a pretty personal question, I'm not answering the damn thing, what would happen in a case like that?
So we have the ability to collect information. It's part of the regulations. It's part of our bylaws that there's information that the college can collect. So going back to my earlier comments, we are really focusing on data or information that is related to our regulatory purposes. I can't say that it won't be personal information. It's really designed to be practice information, but it is personal to the individual in terms of what they are required to provide to us. With respect to mandatory, I think we need to work towards a place where it is mandatory. And obviously, providing council with more information about why this information is essential to become a better regulator. I'm not sure exactly, and I will get this information exactly how it will work this year, but it's part of the usual process that all of the dentists on council will have seen, where there's a bunch of questions and you pay your fee and move on. So I'm sure there's much more than that, but that's where I think we are at this point. But we definitely have to be in a position where we have 100% response to the questions and really look at how that information can be used. Eric and I have also talked about this year, we might be able to produce a small report about dentistry in Ontario. And obviously there'd be a number of checkpoints that we would use within the executive committee and council. But I think it will be extremely beneficial to not only how we do our work, but how the system can benefit and move forward and change and addressing things that are really topical, like access to care.
Thank you. So seeing no further questions, I'd like to conclude the formal public agenda for the meeting. I want to express my appreciation to all of you today and apologize for the length of the meeting. We had some good discussion with differing viewpoints, and we landed on council decisions that we all support as we leave this virtual room. Thank you to Dan, the senior leadership team, and all the staff that worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this run smoothly. I appreciate all your support. In a moment, we will be moving into our in-camera session and terminating the live stream. After the in-camera session, we will resume the full meeting, but for the sole purpose of adjournment. Before I bring up the motion to go in camera, again, express my thanks to the staff. Thank you for all your hard work in carrying out the regulatory responsibilities every single day. And I also want to thank you, council, who participated in our live stream, and everyone else who joined us today. Thank you for taking the time to be with us. So for our in-camera session, we will just have our council members, our legal counsel, Alan Bromsteed, our registrar, Dan, assistant registrar, Andrea, and executive assistant, Angie. And I would also ask other staff to please sign out of the meeting once we move in camera. So the motion is that council exclude the public from the meeting to receive legal advice and or opinions from the college's solicitors in accordance with clause 7(2)(e) of the Health Professions Procedural Code, which is Schedule 2 to the Regulated Health Professions Act 1991. May I have a mover for that, please? Vivian, seconder Mark. All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Carried. So thank you, council. We will be in camera and resume our session.